1. Jeff Grubb.
Hi.
The juice is pressed, but are you?
I'm like, I don't know if I know what being pressed means. I guess if I had to use context clues, it would mean like feeling stressed, but maybe that just rhymes, and that's what I'm doing there. So I am gonna say I'm not pressed even when said juice has been pressed.
Okay. Mr. Dan Reichert.
Yeah.
Preferred juice in a breakfast setting.
Orange.
Okay.
Pulp me up.
Okay. Actually, pulp, yes, no.
Yeah, let's get pulpy.
Have you always been a pulp man?
I think so. I think it's become more pronounced as I've gotten older. It's like, you have all that stuff just swimming around in there. Yeah.
Mr. Minotti, can I do anything for you today? Can I file your taxes?
Yeah, you
can I open your emails? File some meetings for you?
In the rare occurrence that I get any kind of juice for breakfast and not a Coke Zero, I need you to get a pair of tweezers and pick out every little bit of pulp, because I cannot fucking
It's in
stand
his
that
rider.
stuff.
Yes, sir, Mr. Minotti. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Minotti.
We're
just preparing.
I know that you don't like your juice being run through a strainer because of the aftertaste that it adds to it. So
it tastes like blood.
Exactly. I will, with golden tweezers, I will pluck out all of the pulp for you.
Like, I appreciate that. Sounds like a good Mr. Birds bit. Now,
we'll do, Mr. Minotti. We'll do.
There's pulp in my orange juice.
All right, gang. I think we look and sound good.
Oh man, I didn't prepare. Should I get a Coke? Should I pee?
Go now.
Yeah, is that
Go
okay?
get both now.
Is that okay? I'm coming in hot with this. I should have done it earlier. All right.
No, I'm worried. This juice is like half empty, and the first segment's the longest. I
I'll
gotta
put
get
you
a backup second drink. BRB.
Backup second.
He should just get a third while he's at it.
Why don't we just grab business venture idea. We just sell camelbacks, right? But they're just for streamers.
Okay.
So we just strap it to the back of the chair, a little straw.
To the chair.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I was like, it'll get so hot between my back and this chair. It is basically the desert back there. A wet, sweaty desert. Okay, yeah, back of the. I like that actually, Jan. This is not a bad idea.
I've never had a bad idea.
Maybe that's what it is. It's another good Jan idea.
We don't do grifts here, y'all. It's just gamer slurpers.
Game slurpers.
Game slurpers.
Game slurs.
Slurpers.
Oh, sorry. Oh, he got so excited about game slurs. We're sorry, Mike.
You know what? I'm gonna piss.
Oh, they're all right.
They're really pulling the rug out from under me. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. You know, weather was nicer yesterday. It's a little colder today, but I think the sun's still out. It's fine. I got these really nice new shoes.
Oh, really? What'd you get?
Got On Clouds. Have you heard of this shit?
I think I've heard of them. What are their gimmicks?
It's just an insane amount of padding. Like, I think it lifts you up like 4 inches off the ground. There's so much padding, and it feels so nice that I'm worried like it's gone the other way and this is gonna fuck up my feet. Like, this is more padding than man should handle.
Right. I thought it was
really good.
Wasn't that like the whole thing is like if you have too much padding, it actually like weakens your ankles and your feet and it's bad for you. But whatever, who cares?
Yeah, whatever.
My feet are already weak.
Yeah, they feel great. I'm gonna wear them in Disney. We'll see. But
when you say they lift you up, do you think they take you to where you want to be,
like height wise?
And you could be my luck, maybe even. And even if the sky's falling down, I know that we'll be safe and sound. Would you say that is maybe happening?
Yeah. I
Okay.
get it. It's a song. I got new shoes, Dan.
Oh, what'd you get?
Like On Clouds. You heard of these gimmicks?
No, I do the
one
Hokas for my plantar fasciitis. On Cloud?
On Cloud, they're very padded. Like they're
On God.
I feel like I'll tell you what, they're aptly named. I feel like I am walking on a cloud.
Are they for like running or just walking?
I think they're for walking. I think they're for overweight slobs like me who are going to go to Disney World for a week.
I mean, I don't know. I just went to their website and it's just a bunch of Zendaya running around in them. I don't think she's an overweight slob.
Oh, that's my thing.
No, but she's rich.
She's way too fat for me. Come on. What a pig, that Zendaya.
She's woke.
Okay. One more thing before we do the mic checks.
No, actually, I got to go get something real quick. Hang on.
Yeah.
Joking.
You got me.
Oh.
Okay, we're gonna go around the horn. I need you all to tell me what your gun sounds like. Jeff Grubb.
My gun?
Yes.
Blap, 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 blap.
Dan. Mike Minotti.
Gross.
What are your guns?
I was imagining like a Gatling situation.
Okay.
Oh, mine's like a cool space one.
Oh, okay. Yours
Yeah.
sounded like an RC car.
Yeah.
Dude, that'd be cool. It's on top of one. Yeah, it's like a twisted metal
It
situation.
sounds like a bunch of copper just around a cord and someone like is putting electricity through it.
It's like when you put a slinky in your mouth and you let it go and hit the ground. It's the sound.
Yeah,
in your ears. Yeah.
What is that a thing?
Never
Did
done
you have a
that.
metal slinky?
No, I only have a plastic.
Oh,
one.
it's the craziest thing. I always make people do it if I'm around them with a slinky.
Okay. First you
Which
do that, then you
happens more often you think.
One of the things you make people do, you put a slinky in their mouth, then you shove an Oreo covered in nacho, cheese in there.
I'm a
All
delight.
right. I've started recording my audio now.
Oh,
Hi,
sure.
Sean.
Oh, sure, yeah. I should.
Waveform.
I'll start recording. Yes. There we
Waves.
go.
Why should I waveform? Why should I care?
Now Chad is just talking about Zendaya. Let's get her on the pod.
Did you? Never mind. I shouldn't say.
What?
I was just gonna bring up a Zendaya outfit. I won't.
I'm recording and waveform.
I don't know what that means.
Like, which one? There's so many.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame one.
Was it the one where she looked like a Coke bottle?
I would never say someone looks like a Coke bottle, Jet.
Did you
All
get in
right.
trouble for exactly that one time, Mike Minotti?
Oh,
Not really
It was a
in
compliment.
trouble.
Time dot is all right.
All right. Time not is all. Got it.
All right, gang. Let's clap, beep, whatever sounds you want to make, respectively, at 2025. 2025.
Get in there.
I'm gonna crack this window
Fantastic.
open. Sorry. One last. It's hot in here.
I'm the guy that
Crack
called
mine
him about
open?
Windows.
What is it outside? Let me see what it is. 46. That's feels like 38. I don't want that open.
It's a little chilly, but I'm hot in here. I'll take the wind.
We got crazy wind here. Yeah.
Yeah, I get my van, and my van like tells me like if there's any like weather warnings, and it said gale warning.
Yeah.
So there's
watch
windy
out.
gales
Yeah.
coming.
You gotta,
for me.
gotta look
Or-
out for that guy from Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or my aunt Gail's coming to town or something, one or the other. Yeah.
Or
That's the most ant name ever.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
or Katniss's childhood friend from Hunger Games. Anyway,
She died.
anyway.
Like
You
everyone
just
else in
sounded
that
like
movie.
Kevin Nash when you said that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Katniss is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Kevin Nash, what a guy. Fade in Black. Hey, everybody, it's Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. Welcome to the Giant Bombcast, episode 886. I'm your host, Jan Ochoa. Somehow figured out how to do my taxes last minute. Happy tax day to those who celebrate.
Oh,
and if you
dear.
filed for an extension, we'll see you in October. Joining us, as always, co-captain of the ship, and he's handling all the books today. Jeff Grubb.
Yeah. I've downloaded TurboTax, and I don't know what any of this shit is.
Dan Reichert, I'm going to ask you if I have to file for tips or whatever for any of those Venmos that people sent me. Dan Reichert.
Probably not. That's probably like a friends and family type situation. And maybe don't ask me because I got a letter yesterday. I think I might be getting audited.
Speaking about audited, we got the bad boy of games media and game financing, Mr. Minotti.
Oh, I'd be so scared if I was getting audited.
Yeah, but that's because you're you. Dan's gonna come out with more money, like when he's done getting audited.
I'll clarify because I don't think it's a problem, and you tell me if you think this is a problem. So my taxes are very complicated because I have a bunch of stuff going on, and one of them is fire escape, and we have the LLC that's in Delaware, and so I got a letter from Delaware yesterday being like, hey, we're kind of holding on to your thing until we're just kind of looking at some stuff. And I'm like, what does that mean? So I got a hold of the ladies that do my taxes, and they're a company that's like a tax firm,
Tax
whatever.
ladies,
and they've done
LLC.
they've done a great job with it. And I give them the forms. So like when I get the 1099s from like fire escape, I give it to them. They file all the stuff. I pay them. And so like, should all be, there's no weirdness going on there. And they're like, oh, it's not really an audit. They're just reviewing it. But like, let us know if you hear anything else from them.
It's, if it's Delaware, did you get a letter from the IRS or from the state of Delaware?
I think it was the state of Delaware.
You're fine.
And
They don't have, there's no laws in Delaware.
Everything. I'm not like doing weird write-offs or anything. So it's like, yeah, it should be fine.
I'd be nervous just because like when I do my taxes, right now I'm doing the laziest way possible where Tax 29 has this thing where I basically just upload a bunch of documents and I fill out a couple forms and then they do it. And I don't think it's the most efficient way, but it sure is the easiest. So I like doing that, but it's also like, oh, I don't know if I really have anybody in my corner over there that's going to come and help me out too much if I suddenly get audited.
Yeah. I kind of have a tax person, and he called me this Sunday, and he's an old Filipino man that is the most curmudgeon-y person in the world.
I wish I had one to do my taxes.
Just give me 20, 30 years, Grub.
Okay.
And he just calls me and he goes, I know you haven't filed for your taxes yet.
Dracula?
I didn't want to do a Filipino accent, so I think I did a Nosferatu on accident.
It was very Dracula.
I want to file your taxes.
I am just picturing the Filipino version of like that old guy with the cigar who calls Homer about like his stock and the power plant
that's
going
pretty
up,
much
right?
him.
Yeah,
it's pretty much him. And he told me, just drop up your envelope, your W-2s in the mailbox. And then I did. And then he stumbles out of there like that he was expecting me and waiting for me the whole day. And then I go like, hey, thanks for doing this, blah, blah, blah. I'll see you next year. And he does this every single year. And I tell him, like, I try and be jovial and joke with him. Hey, like, I'll see you next year. Thanks for doing my taxes. And he just always goes, if I live that long.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
I like it. I like that energy.
I mean, all the things of him like predicting you coming. He does sound like Gary Oldman in Bram Stoker's
Dracula.
Bram Stoker's.
Yeah,
I always mess up the Bran part, and then the Stroker comes out, and I'm like, no, it's Stoker.
You don't want the Stroker to come out.
Not
Bram
Bram
you never want that. You want to keep that hidden away. But it sounds like Gary Oldman in that movie.
Yeah,
it's a good movie. I don't know if you've seen it recently. It's like weird in a super fun way.
Because it's like in that weird period where they're like special effects, like you could go in any direction, but they're like, we're just gonna do it cheap on a stage, and it has this like, ethereal, awesome look.
Matte paintings and stuff, and
Yeah.
like really fucking cool stuff. It's awesome.
I love it.
His den area that I've been in a couple times, it's the most confusing
Dracula's?
decor. No. My tax guy.
Okay.
I haven't been to Dracula's in a minute. I don't know what he's up to. Because, sometimes when you enter someone's domain, you can kind of tell what they're into, sometimes where they lean politically.
I don't think you could walk into Dan's house and know what he's all about. That seems far-fetched.
Certain rooms.
Because like, okay, he has like a lot of American flags everywhere. And I understand like, hey, you're proud to be an American. You immigrated here. I get that. And then like he'll have some like he has like a framed Giants jersey that's signed by like the World Series team, and then he has a picture of Obama, and then he has like maybe some firearms displayed, and then like a stuffed head somewhere. I'm like, I don't know where you go, man. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah. Can I tell you all about my worry today?
Yeah, please.
I was at the zoo this past weekend.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
Oh yeah, come on! Wow, no, it was my zoo.
Hey, aren't you at the zoo every day? You're the main attraction.
Wow!
Yeah.
No, I did get one gorilla joke from my brother when I was standing by that exhibit. Yeah, that was great. But they had a silent auction, or it was like a form auction. They said all these items, and you just like write your name on like the next bit, and you put your contact information. At first, I saw this Lord of the Rings thing. It was like a photo of Gollum, Sam, and Frodo. Yeah, it's like most of it was like Pittsburgh sports paraphernalia. I was like, okay, that
The
makes
Hobbits
sense.
from Pittsburgh?
No, absolutely not. They're from the Shire.
I didn't know it's like a subdivision or something.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, well, okay, like I'll put my name on this thing. So like I was like the new highest bidder for this signed thing of Elijah Wood and Rudy,
cool.
what's his face? I was like, hey,
Giuliani?
neat. What?
Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, it's Rudy Giuliani. But then like I didn't even notice they have one. It's like a cloth screenshot of Mike Tyson's Punch Out signed by Mike Tyson.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, well, I gotta put my name on this. Oh, and then like only after I like put ink to paper, I'm like, well, it'd be nice to win one of those. I don't know if I want to win both of them because they are kind of expensive. So now I'm like looking at my email all day, seeing if I get emailed by the zoo to tell me if I have to like go and pay them a bunch of money for signed doodads.
Did he win? Wait, so you don't know until
I don't
you get
know
an
yet,
email?
but I was
Okay.
winning bids, and they weren't getting like a ton of bids, and it was basically one day of the auction. So it's one of these things where it's like, if I win, that's kind of cool. I think ideally I would just win one of them. That would make me happy. If I won two, that's too much winning. I'm tired of winning. If I won zero, then it's like, well, this is bullshit. Why am I not a winner? So
Is it Mario referee going TKO and Mike Tyson flexing his arm?
I have that one.
What does it look like?
let me see. I took a picture.
I think
of this
he's
thing.
signed 1 million of these things.
Yeah, because I'm looking on 757 Sports Collectibles, and it's got this thing right here, and it's
That's the one I have.
$299 on this website.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. This is Mike Tyson is waiting for your challenge on the bottom. Or is it
Yeah, I
not
think so.
quite- Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Now, my bid, I think, was around there. I'll say that.
Okay.
So it's not like I was getting some deal on it or anything cool. Yeah, it's like I feel like that's the thing. Like the prices weren't so cheap that it's like, well, I'm getting a deal here. I could just go and buy this thing on this site. This looks a little different than mine, Jeff, but basically.
Okay.
one and the same.
Yeah.
All right.
They all kind of look like that. Yeah, mine's slightly different.
Yeah.
Grub, did you get a teleprompter?
What do you mean?
You're just staring
Why
at
would, you
me.
ask, why would you ask? That's a very weird question to ask a
Oh,
person.
well,
you're kinda
just the unbroken eye contact and also that slight haze that happens when the camera's looking through a screen with stuff on it.
Also, I think I need to like turn down the brightness on it because it's creating those effect in there.
I full screened it, and so you get any of the borders or anything, the white stuff, it will cause that haze. But yeah, I noticed the eye contact. It's like, oh, I think you got a teleprompter.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, Jean-Luc sent it to me actually. Shout outs to them. I'm like, oh yeah, that'll be good for like the social stuff when I'm doing game breaking news.
Oh, sure,
So
yeah,
and I got y'all in a little box over there. Hi, fellas.
Yep,
Hi.
hey,
Yeah.
hey, hi.
I mean,
Yeah.
get me out of here.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. You're like in a little camera prison.
Camera prison, yeah. Before we get into games, I was helping my partner out with like a school event, and then somehow, for whatever reason, they had a Bay Area legend perform a song at the
Rikishi?
school event. No, not Rikishi.
No.
For my fellow Baydestrians out there, for whatever reason, the auteur behind the song "I Got Grapes," Nump, N-U-M-P, Filipino dude. It's actually a banger of a track. Y'all should go listen to it. Was backstage, and I was talking to him, and like I was just telling him like, "Yo, Nump, thank you for like representation. Thank you for like representing the Bay." And then he like daps me up, and then he just goes, "Yo, ya did I mean?" And then I just yell back at him, "Ya did I mean?" We were just stuck there for like a solid minute and a half, just like re-dapping each other up and yelling "Ya did I mean" at each other. And I just felt like we were like charging something up. We were about to do like a fusion dance or something.
Yeah, like rubbing a balloon on your hair, like you're really just exchanging energy. Sure.
Exactly. Oh, it's just so good. And I feel like before GB at night, before every segment, Grub, we're just gonna do that. And I'm not gonna count you down anymore. All right?
Yeah,
I'm just
I
gonna-
don't need that. I need to be yada demeaned.
Exactly. I'm gonna go down the line of guests on the couch. I'm gonna dap them up. Like I can't wait to dap up Jason Schreier and go, "Ya did I mean?" And then we're gonna keep going.
Okay.
And it's gonna escalate. and then it's going to get to you, Grub, and then after the last Yada to Mean, we're going to go up.
But I want that couch to be Jason Schreier and Jacob Fatu.
And Phil Spencer.
Can you imagine? We go to a gaming event and like we're taking a demo. Jason Schreier walks into the room and then he just looks at you. You got 3 minutes. He just brings out the 3-minute warning again, but it's just Jacob Fatu.
Yes. Oh, I like
Anyway,
that. We got Drew Scanlon on a couch with Samoa Joe. That was nice.
Everything died.
Uh-oh.
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 Oh.
Uh-oh. Are we
Like,
on
did you
live?
hear us?
Chat? Hello, chat. Hi. Hi. We can vamp.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't think the stream died. Yeah, I think
He
they still
said
hear it.
everything died. Let's see.
Yeah, I think
Let's
that was
see.
an exaggeration.
Let's see.
Well,
Uh-oh, good here.
he doesn't
still
seem to
here.
hear us.
We're still here. No. Okay, the chat's here. I'm going to say a number, all right? 10, 10, 10, 10. All right, so chat, if I see 10s, I know you can actually see us, but there's a delay, so we'll see now.
Yeah, come on. All right,
There we
Eddie.
go. The 3,
Oh,
9,
those are
no.
wrong
There's the
numbers. No one
10s.
hears.
There's the 10s. Okay, great.
All right.
Ty Dillinger. Wow. Yeah.
Well, this is awkward. We were waiting for the transition to games. I don't know what the hell I could vamp about right now. You want to hear more about the zoo?
Yeah. What was your favorite animal?
There was a sea otter who, you know how like they sometimes do cartwheels in the water.
I was going to interrupt you, be like, that's so boring, but now I'm actually
This
invested in
sea
the sea
otter
otters.
was eating his own ass like he was just going to town on a plate of spaghetti or something, like, and he was like eating it, and then every once in a while he'd do the cartwheel in the water because he's just like looks like a tire, and he's just munching. He's just munching, and like me and all the kids, all the adults, are just staring at this sea otter just eating his ass like a man on a mission. I couldn't stop looking, and it just kept going. I was like, I think you got it, buddy. He's like, no, there's more to do. There's more to eat.
Get in there.
Just going. I was like, I guess I got to take a video. So I took a video. I'll send you guys the video.
Yeah, please. I need to see
sea
this.
otter
Yeah.
just eating his ass in the water and doing flips and just getting.
sounds like a good time.
Now, I'm still a little hung up on like a plate of spaghetti. So is it just,
Like
like,
a fork?
without utensils, just burying his face in there?
Just like, yeah, right? Like, just get in there. Oh, it was insane. It was something. I almost want to say
Update from chat. Chat says Mike is weirder than Dan. Okay.
I didn't do it.
Mine's not the otter.
I'm just reporting back. I'm just
He's
the
a
man
bear.
on the
It's a very
scene.
different thing.
I'm just the man on the scene.
He's just reporting the facts, all right? I
That
would
is
have also
true.
been like, that's quite a while. Now, my cat eats his butt all the time. But was it like, that's work? I could tell that he's doing this for work. He doesn't really want to be doing it. That's a cute cat.
That's
Jan.
my cat. That's Boss.
Oh, that's so cool. Boss is a good name.
That's Boss.
Hey,
It's
Boss.
been his job to fuck for 2 years, and now he's getting neutered and retiring at my house.
Hell yeah.
Okay, my Gogsler broke. Sorry for that. Games, let's talk about them. None of the
These Goslers sound great.
I
Yeah.
updated the other thing. What? Jesus Christ! The shit that happens when I leave for a second.
You didn't hear what Mike was talking about.
No, I heard all of it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Oh, good. I was worried.
I felt like I was trapped in a glass camera box, yelling,
are.
"Just please stop him!" All right. Speaking about eating ass, I
Oh, you got to that room of blueprints?
yes. Let me tell you, there were a different set of prints in that room. But before we get to blueprints talk, I just wanted to say that I've been playing a lot of a board game called Settlers of Catan. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of it.
good. That's
I've not
good.
played it in a while, but I like that game quite a bit.
I have nothing new to say about Settlers of Catan except I fell
He's
down.
in there. I'm sorry, I'm watching the video of the otter now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's the tail end. That was like after watching this guy for 3 minutes and he was doing flips and stuff. Sorry, Chan.
No, I just fell down a rabbit hole, a very different hole than Mike is talking about, of people planning and doing speed and like competitive Catan, and it is absolutely batshit because like people will have gigantic breakdowns of like, all right, if you ever have like the plains next to a mountain, no matter what the dice roll is, you want to position here, and like your first settlement or whatever, that's just a dummy settlement. You're using that to block off people.
Oh, wow.
It's been game theory optimized, like poker or whatever.
Oh yeah, like there was someone just talking about like you have to be very bullish with one of your settlements, and like you just build the road. It doesn't even matter if you're going for longest road. You're just trying to gate people off, and like just the gusto that some of these Cataners are talking about it and how they're talking about it, it just makes me think I don't actually want to play anything with you.
That seems too serious. Yeah, I just like messing around when I'm playing games for fun.
Yeah, especially the tabletop games. That's like, I mean, I get everyone's got their scene, but that's definitely like a space I would only ever want to be like, I am playing this with friends and or family for a night, and then I probably will never think about it again. I know some people, it's like their whole thing though, so no shade to them.
Do you two ever play Carcassonne?
Yeah, that's what around the same time as I was playing Catan.
Yeah, because the XPLA, that's how I got introduced to it.
Sure.
I got an email today about a game coming out that I'm very, very intrigued by this. Apparently, it's Tetris meets Carcassonne. And this game is Drop Duchy. I'm just looking. It's got a cool art style, and it's this is suddenly on my radar. It seems like a deck builder Tetris Carcassonne game, and that sounds real good to me.
That sounds interesting for sure.
Yes.
I would like that.
Yes.
Speaking about decks, later today, Jake Decker and I, and maybe some other folks, will be participating and opening some good old Magic the Gathering packs.
Oh dear.
And yes, the fine folks at Wizards of the Coast sent over some Tarkir Dragonstorm booster boxes and a commander deck. We hung out a little bit with the Kind of Funny gang last week. And I feel like I might just barge in there and just like set up a tabletop mat of a deck mat and just play with Snowbike Mike and Blessing.
Yeah,
like a solid day.
Just attack them with magic. Yeah.
Maybe
Can you walk over there to their spot?
Oh yeah, I could just roll downhill.
Oh, okay. Wow.
You did at that PAX panel, just like some somersaults. Yeah.
Oh my god, I don't think I've recovered. I think that's what did it for me.
Yeah, probably that.
I haven't gotten the chance to play too many other things, but I did play a bunch of Blueprints. And as I understand it, and I've heard from y'all, I think you guys like it.
Yeah. Let's talk about this real quick. The backlash is surprising to you guys at all?
I'm kind of confused by it. What's the deal? What are people mad about?
I mean, it's like mixed on Steam or whatever, or mostly good. It's in that range. My thing is when people are talking about their complaints, I get it, but at a certain point, we're just talking about a completely different game. Like your experience 4 or 5 hours in is so removed from what I have done in that game that like I appreciate that if you're saying it's not for you after that amount of time, but like we just can't have a real constructive conversation about the games because it's turned into a different game like 2 or 3 times for me at this point.
But it's so weird to me. I get that, and yeah, it gets more complicated, it gets better. But I also thought the game was very good almost immediately. Yeah. Also, I mean, this was always bound to happen to some extent because it's still more of a niche genre, right? So a lot of people are gonna play almost any game that gets like a 90 or above and then find out, well, I don't like this genre or things like that.
That's definitely happening.
Right. And it's like, it's always a little weird. And I know the most obnoxious thing ever is to tell somebody, you just don't get it. So I won't. I'll try not to. But there are like, some of the complaints I hear are surprise me. Like a lot of people complain about the RNG and I'm like, that's not really what the game's about. I know it is, but I don't know. I never felt bad about the RNG in the game.
And then for me, like I mean, like going back to your thing, Mike, where it's like grinding in an RPG, where it's like that's playing the game. Like here,
I'm
like
learning. No run was for naught. As I played through that game. Is it basically people that are like doing the Sean thing of playing a little bit and being like, oh, it's pipe dream?
No, because there's the Sean camp of people who are like, oh, puzzle games are not my genre, and those I'm like, oh, this game's not for you. It's just that
It's a
simple.
puzzle
And then
game, yes.
yes, and then there's the other side of, oh, I love puzzle games, The Witness, all these other things, Myst. I love this stuff, but the RNG, I hate it. And I that's not been my experience. It's kind of where I'm at with that. I'm like, the RNG has made me more engaged because each run I have a base foundational gameplay mechanic to get better at, to understand more, to deploy knowledge in, and I can have a run that I can try to shape, in this direction. And then if things start going sideways, I try to roll with the punches, and I love that in a game. Or it ends, and then I go again, and now I've got even more information.
There's no punishment for having a run die.
Absolutely not. No.
Right. So yeah, but I guess some people just have roadblocks, and some people have roadblocks about a lot of things. Every game, right, is like this. There's still people, when you bring up Breath of the Wild, will complain about weapon degradation or something like that, right? And at a certain point to be like, well, that's still one of the best games of all time, even though some people don't like it. And the internet this way, right? Whenever people don't like something, they're the ones that you hear from. I'm not saying that their opinions aren't valid or anything like that, but yeah, I'm like, it's a little surprising. Maybe part of it is because I got rizzed up a lot by us, and to be clear, because we absolutely love it and we think it's one of the best games in a long time. I'm still
playing. It's kind of really
I'm still playing it too. I'm kind of like, I'm gonna have to force myself to stop because there's other things I really should be playing, and I wrote credits a while ago, but I still just love pulling on all these different strings. There's all these different puzzles, like entire new mechanics I am still somehow discovering.
I just discovered room 8 finally.
Hell yeah!
And that was like I've gotten the key, but I haven't seen the room.
The thing that I love about this game versus other games is that I have heard y'all ad nauseum at this point talk about this game, and there's still a gigantic chunks where like I have no fucking clue what you're.
I mean, I'm like, I've been playing for, I don't know, I can look at my Steam counter, but it's a lie. That's gonna be way off. I left it on all night last night because I had to solve a puzzle in room 8 and I didn't want to stop. But I've been playing for very long, and there's still so much. Like at this point, it's not like I was like, oh, I got credits and I understand 20%. At this point, it's like I understand most of it, but there are massive chunks that I still have not even engaged with or fully have even comprehended. I'm like beginning to piece together the lore, and I got to another place in like a room, not even in the house, that just kind of unlocked so much more information about who some of these characters are, and I'm like, oh my God, I guess I should have that one thing that said don't get too political. I should have read into that more. There's more going on here. It's I basically just read a short story the other day, and it was like very good. It was like a well-written short story, and I was really interested in it. Yeah. And I know it ties into the game world somehow. I know it's probably about a location that I haven't been to yet. I think some of that is correcting itself, Jeff. Like, on Steam, it's at very positive now, right? You're right. And it was at mixed, I think, or something a little bit there. Because there were a flood of people who were like, I guess we're all going to check this out. And it's not going to be for everyone.
For me, I enjoy the run-based nature. Maybe that's just because I enjoy roguelikes at this point because of I've gained the
they're the best. It's the best genre. Yeah.
But like it has me hooked in a way with Blueprints in such a way that I in a different way where I bounced off of Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, and that like I really enjoyed the setting of Lorelei. I really enjoyed all of the puzzles there, and like there is learning that is happening that you are bringing with you throughout the house. But with Blueprints and that house, it's just like a different set of skills. And when I hit a roadblock, I can just go do something else entirely and still feel like I'm making tangible progress.
Yep.
I think I have been telling myself the last couple of days that I'm probably done with it, but then I do find myself keep going back because like I feel like I've done I saw credits a long time ago, and I can at least see what these other puzzles are going to be. And it's like, okay, well, I could go all the way in here, and I have taken a lot of notes and stuff, but I think it would give it maybe dozens more hours for me to fully understand all this stuff. Maybe that's a stretch, but like, you know what I mean? Some of the post-game stuff, sigils and things like that and lore stuff. So I am kind of flirting with the like, okay, do I throw in the towel here? and be comfortable with it, I think I might be, because again, I got 50, 60 hours out of this game, and it's one of my favorite games.
Or you could kind of like do the thing where it's like, well, maybe at this point now I'll start looking some stuff up, right?
Some stuff, like I did that with the gallery puzzle, because I looked at all 4 of those things a lot, and I was like, what
so tough.
the fuck is this? And so I
know you guys are talking about, so that's interesting. Yeah.
So maybe I'll do that. Maybe it's just like, because I do want to see all of it.
I think like in our Discord, I think maybe we can just have an agreement, maybe to talk like 25% more openly.
I'm fine to open at this point.
Yeah, because there's a part of the billiard puzzle that I just couldn't figure out. I even like got to a room that I think was trying to help me figure out more, and I still was like, I don't know. So I was just like, Jeff, what does this mean?
I have felt actually pretty smart with the billiard stuff, with the dartboard thing, because everyone's complaining about it, and they're complaining about it at a point where it's like, oh no, there's a square, and I was like, oh, I'm 8 weird things past that, and I'm flying through it still.
Don't worry about it. You think you're scared of the square? You don't even
wait till the squigglies and the dots and the
squiggles what got me. Now, a couple of complaints that I've seen that I do agree with. It is wild that you can't suspend a run midway through. Yeah. That's a bit of a pain. And the wrench item, I don't know if you guys had troubles with this, but I got this wrench and I didn't really understand what it did. And I think I accidentally made it so a useful room is now very rare, and I will almost never see it again. It might be a necessary room. I don't even remember which one for me. Well, but other people are having that problem, and you can't reset it easily. So I just think the wrench wasn't explained very well. Or maybe I'm dumb because I didn't understand what it did. Yeah,
I didn't understand the wrench the first time I got it either. I think it's because the way you interface with using the wrench is different than the way you use a lot of other items. So it activates when you enter a mechanical room, basically.
Yeah.
And then just
be
set the rarity.
Be careful when you get the wrench, everybody. Because
I didn't get the wrench until like over 50 hours in. I didn't even saw a wrench. It was nuts.
I got it like one time, very late in, but I think I immediately used it poorly because I didn't understand what it was.
Have you been to the conservatory in the corners of the house, Mike?
Conservatory.
Ooh, that one, it's a green room. It helps a ton.
Oh yeah, I have been in there, I think. Okay. Yeah.
So hopefully it shows back up in there and you can reset things a little bit.
Oh right. Yeah. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I just can't wait to get to Game of the Year season and learn that all of us are still playing this game or checking in like an hour or so a week or whatever.
Yeah. But boy, I was like, I am thinking about that because if we do the debate thing again, it's like, man, well, like. I think we really like it. Sean is a care. Tam didn't like it. So it's just like, it is. I guess I am a little surprised it's as divisive as it is. Where the people who like it seem to really, really like it, and other people kind of don't get it. Or
it really is just different games. Like, I mean, it's like,
I just said don't get it. I didn't mean it like that. I said I wasn't going to say they don't get it. They don't like it.
When you watch a movie and then you go online to read the criticism and it's like these people just watched something different than I did. The thing they saw is just went in their brain in a different way than it went in my brain. That's what's happening here for me still. I'm like looking at a lot of the Steam reviews and it's like, okay, well, this person's got 5 hours. That is just a whole other experience than everything I've done.
And
so
there's so Jamie H1224 in chat just said the one complaint I see is that the RNG can break your flow state. Like, you know what you have to do, but the rooms you need just aren't showing up. I think so. Like that goes back to what I'm saying is, look, you have a goal and you're working towards it, but it's not necessarily the end all be all at all times. You shouldn't feel bad that you don't immediately hit that specific goal that you're working on, because I promise you there are 100 other things happening around you, and maybe you don't even think you're absorbing useful information, but just by playing the game, you are.
That's right.
And you won't realize it until you find something hours later, and you're like, "Oh, I've seen that." Like,
and the best way to spark that continues to be, if you see a room you haven't been in before, go into it.
Yep.
Like no matter what. You're like, you'll get credits really fast if you get like some god run really early on. That matters less than kind of understanding these first early ways that open up the rest of the game, and that's done by going into rooms you haven't been in before. I do plan to continue playing for the next little while. I have 4 red letters of 8. Trying to get the rest of those. I don't know if I'm gonna there's more stuff happening beyond the credits, like the sigil stuff, Dan. I've gotten 2 of those, but there's a lot more than that, and so I'm like, that's a lot of work to kind of figure out what's going on there. But I'm gonna keep pressing up against that, and that's sort of my big goal right now. And then as I do that, there's all kinds of smaller stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about this thing that I ignored 25 hours ago because I couldn't figure it out. Let's take a crack at that again. And that's happened. one of the first early puzzles that we all like, the beyond the getting to room 46, that we all kind of stumbled on, and I think everyone's going to kind of do it this way because the game kind of eventually just tells you to do this one meta puzzle. I had that sitting in my notes for forever, and then finally I just saw something in another room that was like, oh, are they being cheeky with like the way that they're writing this out? I'm going to go back to that room and look around. And that's like, oh, okay. I found the things that I was supposed to be using as information to open a safe. And it's like, oh my God, that felt really good. That just finally have that click into place after so long.
That is one I did look up recently. And that's the one with the larger puzzle that we made a graph for.
Yeah.
And okay. Yep.
Oh, right. I still don't think I figured that one out.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, like, part of it too is I just like the vibes of this game. I love the way this mansion looks. I'm just happy to do a run and kind of chill and vibe and go through the rooms. It's not a lot of times I'm not even necessarily thinking of like this is the puzzle I'm working on. I just kind of go through and see what I unlock, see what I find. Maybe I get a lot of money in this run and I can unlock something that way, or maybe I'll finally get to an item that I haven't had in a while and I could try some new things with that I have some ideas on. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of go in there and vibe sometimes because I think the game is gorgeous and moody and atmospheric as all get.
Yep. I just like having a plan and like trying to execute on that plan, and then it doesn't go right. And like I said, rolling with the punches is a major part of any roguelite, and really any game, but any roguelite especially. It's like, okay, the game has given me this. What can I do with this? And it's like, oh yeah, that reminds me. There's this one room I've been trying to get, or this combination of rooms. And oh yeah, I passed up the observatory and I didn't activate that one thing because that'll make red rooms happen more frequently. But now I actually do need a red room, and that'll help me with this other room. So let me go back and do that. See if I can open up a few more. Maybe I'll get lucky. They'll be close together. Like there's so many avenues for coming up with ideas while you're doing a run after you get past the first initial setup of what the game is.
Yeah, it's fun because like at the top of my document, I have like, probably over a dozen threads that I'm trying to follow. And then so I'll start a run and I'll go to the outside and I'll see what 3 rooms are on the outside thing. And it's like, okay, well, if it's a tomb day or it's a classroom day, then that'll focus me towards like, okay, I know I've got a couple things specifically for those days. So that's what this day is all about, is trying to do the classroom stuff. Or if it's something that doesn't really help me, I just go to the tool shed or something. It's like, all right, well, I've got this list of a dozen things here, and let's just see like, oh, that room popped up. Okay, so let's narrow it into that. And like, you find your focus for the day.
Yeah, it's a decision tree kind of thing. Yeah,
totally.
Yeah. And
no, okay, Mike, go ahead.
I'm sorry, because I saw this in chat. I see some people was like, oh, the people who really like this game are being annoying and obnoxious. And I mean, gosh, I'm not trying to be, but
yeah, it's just genuine.
It's just I just really, really like this game, and it's stupid. And sometimes there is just that natural kind of like bummed out when you hear somebody says they don't like the thing that you like.
Or being on the other side of it, it's got to be a little bit bummer to like not like something that people are profuse about. Yeah.
Yeah. So I apologize if it comes off that way. I'm not trying to, but yeah, I just really like the game a bunch. And hey, I think a lot of people are also trying it on Game Pass and PlayStation Plus and things like that. Anyways, I think that's part of it too. Maybe a lot of people are trying this game who maybe even did know better that this might not be for them. Right. But yeah, I've been there where like something's super, super popular and I play it and I don't get it. It's a bad feeling sometimes.
That's like Baldur's Gate for me, where it's like, well, all right, it seems like this is probably good, and I just don't get it.
Yeah, it happens.
Grub, you were talking about rolling with the punches. Let's keep the ball rolling here. Mike Minotti.
Oh,
you've been playing Katamari Damacy.
Katamari Damacy. Yeah, it's neat. I've played a lot of video games, and it's rare for me to have blind spots anymore, let alone really big ones. And somehow, I just never really played Katamari Damacy.
Really?
That's so wild.
I was so excited for this game. I don't even know. It must have been they must have been hyping it up in EGM or something.
They were,
like that.
And it was $20, which like that was back when like every game was $50.
But like I bought a PS2 for it. Like that's what I hadn't had a PS2. I'm like, I am getting it. I need to play this weird game. It looks awesome.
Same.
I think I signed up for GameFly just so I could get this.
Oh my God, yeah.
And I knew all that discourse. Like I was very much like on all the websites and the magazines at that point, and I don't know why. I just didn't really get to it or didn't care that much. I don't know if I was in some weird space where like I was like, oh, this stuff is too quirky, which is, I don't know, a stupid thing to think. But yeah, I just never got into Katamari. So finally I picked up Reroll, which is the sort of remaster of the first one. I just played through that on my stream. It's like, boy, I get it immediately.
Oh yeah,
Just-
how could you not? Like,
Right.
I don't think I would trust someone who played Katamari Damacy. He's like, I don't get it.
right? And like even like I knew it was going to be quirky and silly, but it was still quirkier and sillier than I was expecting in all the best ways. The ridiculous opening cutscenes, the funny dialogue from the King of all Cosmos, and I know that guy's a goofball. I know he's a popular character, and I'm like, yeah, this guy right here. I like this big guy with the chin. He's great. He's a weirdo. But yeah, just rolling around feels good. Just that gameplay loop, starting small, getting bigger to the point where, it's one of the best feelings in a game ever when you get to that last level and you're just basically rolling up everything. You start rolling up the islands that you're on.
The
just
clouds and the theme songs playing and
tornadoes. Just like in like that one part you started in that seemed big is now this tiny speck in your Katamari. And the music, the music.
Music's the best.
It plays on a loop in my head all the time.
Oh, yeah.
So I actually, go ahead, Dan.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, I remember back in that day, like, I don't know if you were also intrigued by, like, whenever there was like Incredible Crisis or Mr. Mosquito, just very kind of wacky, very Japanese humor, like that was extremely up my alley. And so that's why, like, from the very first moment when I like read a preview of Katamari and be like, oh, the King of all Cosmos like basically gets drunk and breaks all the stars, and you've got to roll stuff around. Like, it's just like, this sounds amazing. And every screenshot looks so weird and funny, and it delivered and then some.
It was like also like the first one that was like, or not the first, but like an early one that was readily available. Like there were a lot of the games like that like had this promise of weird Japanese stuff, which was always just like, man, this just looks so much fun to me. That's why I'm interested in it. But it's going to be hard to track some of these games down. And I'm like, I don't have the heart to like try to go figure that out or whatever. And this one, like, no, they're just going to release this game. I'm like, well, I am going to go to my game store. I'm going to pre-order it or whatever I have to do and make it all happen. And it was just so nice to like have it served up and have it treated like it wasn't some weird Japanese perv thing. It's like, no, this is a cool game and we're just going to release it because it's good.
Yeah.
I liked it so much that I did just start playing the sequel, We Love Katamari, which also got a remaster.
Is that in the same package or is that a separate?
It's a separate purchase. They're both $30 normally. You can find places. But and I know a lot of people like this one more, and immediately it felt smoother. Like the controls were a bit tighter. It's still very silly. The aesthetics are fantastic. Still great music. The objectives are a little bit more gimmicky a lot of the time. I kind of wish there were more levels.
Bam Margera is there.
Bam is there, and like I heard that he's kind of problematic. No, but yeah, like it's a bit more like, hey, you got to roll a bunch of fireflies to help this person read and study at night. I'm like, okay, it's nice. Like, can I have more levels where it's just make a big Katamari in 6 minutes or something like that? There's also some draw distance stuff in this one, which is weird for a remaster, specifically the things you need to roll up. But otherwise, it's also just still very, very, very good. I'm not sure if I'm going to ultimately like it more than the first one, which I guess is maybe a mild hot take. I think most people like We Love Katamari more. We'll see how I feel once I beat it.
The first one's my favorite. I love the first one.
Yeah, me so. But it's a great series, it turns out.
Yeah.
Y'all ever check out Watam?
I checked it out at like a PAX or something. Yeah.
Is that the same guy?
Yeah, same dude.
Yeah.
I'm looking at screenshots of it now, and I desire this level of weirdness, this level of whimsy. I need it in my life.
Is this the Nobi boy guy as well?
Yeah, Keita Takahashi.
Wait, is he the one that he got the game coming out, the 2 a T thing? Yes, the T posing? Okay, I'm curious about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just seeing him share some like timeline stuff or whatever. I don't know specifically if it was for the game or just for some assets. I'm just like, I need this directly inside of me right now. I need to T-pose with the boys. And I don't really have the appetite to play Katamari right now, but maybe some Watam. If I have no idea what that game is.
I just remember there's something that was a little disappointing about it because I remember the look and like the vibe of it was awesome. And
right, it was immaculate on that side. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the game itself, I forget if the gameplay was just a letdown.
Did Girl ever reach Pluto?
I don't
in Nobi Boy.
I don't.
Like, did you play Nobi Boy?
No, I guess I'll have to check that one out too. That's another one. Just I must have had something against quirky Japanese games for a while there. I don't know why.
Yeah, you're super racist, dude. Yeah.
Wow. Holy shit. I was only playing the waifu games. I think I was playing Yeah, I don't know. I was definitely playing a lot of PC games at that time. I don't know.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, it says here Mars was reached on May 23rd, 2009. Then Jupiter on November 20th, and then let's see, Pluto was reached on November 23rd, 2015. So 10 years ago.
Wow. Okay.
Apparently, she's supposed to loop back towards the sun now. So I don't know if she's going to reach the sun ever. We'll have to check back.
No idea what you're talking about. By the way,
girl stretches. Like you play as boy and you make girls stretch, and everyone worked together, I guess, to make girls stretch.
It's kind of like a cat dog situation, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, one fine day with a wolf and a bird and a baby was born.
Don't
A castle, sir. No blue buzzer, no three-eyed frog, just a feline canine, little cat dog, cat dog, cat dog.
Well,
up on the road and all through town, all kind of critters putting cat dog down. Gotta rest above it, gotta try to get along, gotta work together, gotta sing this song.
He's doing it again, yeah.
He's got a good bluegrass voice, though. That's the thing.
Speaking about two beings attached at the hip, Dan Riker, you beat Split Fiction.
Oh, yes, I did. Finally, I did a couple of sessions of that game when it first came out with Bonk, and it's like she's so not the like action platformer play. She's very much deep narrative RPGs, systems, roguelites, RPGs, and so I think she was kind of like, all right, well, I'll play this. It's a co-op game, we'll play. And like I could tell she wasn't like super into it, just not her type of game. And so I asked her last week, like, hey, you got nothing going on this weekend? Maybe you want to play some Split Fiction? And I just saw her like. And I was like, okay, wait, no, I know you don't want to. I'll just see if Kayla wants to, and then I'll just finish it with her. And so I think she felt relieved to have the Split Fiction burden off of her. And Kayla and I just streamed 2 nights in a row, 6 hours each night, and played it. And that game's very, very good. We've talked about it at length. I don't need to explain why it's so good, but like the ending in particular, I don't know how many of you.
I just heard that the end is very good. Is all I heard.
It's just on a technical level, like I mean, it's basically what you'd expect. Spoilers here, but like fantasy and sci-fi, and so it's intertwining them in a way that is like even like the split screen itself is kind of like you can kind of adjust it and
cool
live. The level is turning from fantasy. So I could be pushing a block in the sci-fi thing, and it's like some cyber laser box or something. But on Kayla's screen in the fantasy world, it is a mushroom, and it can be bouncy on her side. So it's like, okay, I'm looking at mine and hers and trying to figure out like it's the same. Like if it was a wireframe, it'd be the same level, but with all this different like fantasy and sci-fi stuff, and it just seamlessly goes between the two. There's parts where you're going down slides, and like there are spikes on one side, and you have to slide to the other genre. Basically, it's some wild shit it's doing. I've never seen a video game do anything quite like this. It's very hard to describe. If you just watch anything in the last chapter of Split Fiction, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
but that game's really good. I mean, it is a certain type of game. Like I kept thinking of the phrase empty calories, but that feels more negative than I mean for it to be. But it's just
there's a phrase on a movie podcast I watch where they call it a good sit or an easy sit. Like where it's just a movie. It's like you don't have to like get down deep. You can honestly just eat your popcorn and it's going to be an easy breezy sit.
It's like that where it's like it's almost like an amusement park ride or a roller coaster where it's like I think it is a better game by not having like collectibles and things to slow the pacing. It's just go, go, go. Now it's this part. Now it's this part. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of variation in like how you play it. But it's not an immersive sim. It's not like that's not what it's going for. So like this isn't a slight on it. It's just like I think we would all have a similar reaction to the part where, the hot dog part and stuff like that. So now it's this scene, this part where we all have the same experience, and the variation would be in like who you're playing with and your memories of playing with them and stuff. But the game experience itself is going to be very similar person to person, I would say. But not a knock at all. It is a fantastic. And we did the friend pass thing that worked. So it was just such an easy sell. Like, because Kayla had never played any of the, Hazelight games before. And so, if I was expecting her to pay $70 for it, I'd have to kind of sell her on it. But I was like, hey, it's a free, here, just download this free friends pass thing and you'll get to play with me. And it's a no-brainer,
Awesome. Speaking about co-op games, the 4 of us teamed up to absolutely kick the crap out of Kind of Funny. By playing Monaco 2. We played this against Kind of Funny. It's not a competitive game in that sense, but the 4 of us teamed up to do some heists against Kind of Funny. And y'all, despite them playing a lot of that game, we stole that day.
Well, we definitely had a death ball strategy where we just all stayed together and brute forced our way through for a while. I would say we were barely playing the game as intended until the final level where we had to, and then it was like, oh, this is how this game's actually supposed to work. We're like using our special abilities and unlocking doors and turning off triggers and
the key
whatnot.
is you just got to have Jan on your squad and have him beat the fuck out of everybody. That's all you got to do.
Mike, if they didn't intend on us implementing the death ball strategy, they wouldn't have let me select the character that just punches.
Yeah,
that's right.
You were definitely the death in the death ball, that's for sure.
Yeah, the rest of us just ball. Yeah, just ball.
Yeah, ball is life. I checked it out after the stream, and I was doing a little bit of the single player stuff, and it is definitely
How's that work?
It's definitely a very different game. Those checkpoints that you get to, those are opportunities to switch characters. So the base for, I guess, one has a dodge roll, one is a healer, one has a drone, and I forget what the other one does. But say you need to in the first part or first chunk of the level, you need someone that can distract someone. Oh, the dog lady, sorry. And you get through there, but then there's like a bunch of like laser puzzles to get through, and then the easiest way to get through those is just to switch characters to the lady that can dodge roll, get behind to the terminal to deactivate it, and it is an incredibly different game than when you were playing with all four of us, like haphazardly, like just not even haphazardly. It was all planned, actually. Heisting our way through a building. It's interesting. The part where I wonder if the depth does get there, not depth, but when we do have to rely on stealth more, I wonder if there are going to be portions in Monaco 2 later in the game where maybe we do actually have to split off and like help each other kind of like get through a sequence versus most of the time we're pretty close together.
Yeah, I that was what I gathered from what we played, where it was like we were kind of going through the early stuff, and that first level where we did have to kind of like use our powers the way that it was intended, I think was kind of an indicator of where the game was going. And it's like now it's just going to get more complicated from there, and we're going to have to do even more of that and kind of be in separate parts and like talking to one another and setting like each other. I'll be like, okay, I've done this. Now you do your powers there, so we can open a door over here. That seemed to be the natural progression that we were just getting into as that stream was coming to an end.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe potentially circling back to that in a non-competitive environment, because I don't want to make Funny feel bad.
I love Monaco 1, so I'm glad we spent some time with that at all.
Still waiting on the Venmo from Miller with the sponsored money on that one.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He wasn't even there. He ducked us. He was doing a comedy show in Chicago or something. Coward.
Gosh, sending his
you know how much I like Portillo's? How much do you like Portillo's? It's the same shit as always.
Oh my god!
Right.
Yeah, just
it's like PC games. Am I right? You have to start an executable.
You see shirtless Spider-Man?
Sounds like we're trying to start a war right now, and
I broke that motherfucker's ribs a decade ago.
And exactly, that was the first shot.
Yeah, it was.
It was so long ago. We're gonna keep this war running, and then Jeff Grubb, I'm gonna have to defer to you because you have been playing War Side.
Yes, the War Side. In the long history of video games that have war in the name, it's up there with Warface, maybe only second to that. This is an Advance Wars game in everything except for the name. It looks like Advance Wars for a Game Boy Advance. It plays a lot like those games, and there have been a lot of these now. And this one is War Groove. Yes, this is the one that maybe is going the most. Hey, this is just Advance Wars. It looks that way. It does.
Wow, look at this.
It does have its own like quirks and even like units. Like for example, an early unit you get is basically a bulldozer, and this can push enemies like back a few blocks. So if they're in a tank and you push them into a river, well, they can't go in a river, so they'll just die instantly. Or you can push them into a mountain or a building, and they'll just die instantly. And so that's fun. It's a lot like Into the Breach. That is what that reminded me of.
I love it.
Into the Breach is maybe my favorite tactics game now. Yeah, so I think the issue with this one might be, based on what I'm seeing from some of the other reviews, is there's limited content. Content is pretty light, but also I get the sense that they got everything right about the way it looks, except for the character portraits are very ugly. I think I don't like looking at them.
Kind of like realistic-ish.
You know what it is? It's halfway between Advance Wars and Day of Ruin,
Right.
the very grimdark one that which I think has been reassessed and people are mostly okay with Day of Ruin these days. But this is somewhere in between, so it just comes out kind of boring. But the issue for me, I think, is going to be a lot of these games, they don't get the math right. So when you go into a battle, you feel like, all right, I should be making probabilistic decisions about is this going to be best if I attack first? I should be able to skirt out of this, maybe retreat a little bit, have some reinforcements come back up. And all that depends on how much damage you're doing and how much damage you're taking. All that has to be balanced pretty carefully. And I think this game does get that side of things mostly right. I have not had any issues there yet, but I think it becomes less interesting because I think the AI is just, and usually I'm not someone who minds this, but in the game like this, I want it to feel less like a strategy game for an Advance Wars, more like a puzzle game. And if the enemy is always just sort of making new units and running straight ahead, it's not going to feel very interesting. And that's been my experience so far. Maybe that's just early. But I'm hoping that changes up, because if it kind of stays that way, I'll maybe have some issues long term. Now, for me, if you're looking for a really good one of these, I think they're called Tiny Tank, and it's the second one, or Tiny Metal, excuse me, that's what it is. Tiny Metal, the second one was very good. It got everything right. I like that one a ton. And this one, they was in early access for a while, and now this is the full release. And apparently it's missing some features that people had in early access and stuff like that. So it's just kind of a weird launch. And there's a lot of backlash from the people from the Kickstarters and all the things like that. But it's giving a pretty good first impression. I just, I'm always looking for an Advance Wars game. I love this a lot. I love that genre a lot. This one's just kind of missing in a few spots.
What is it about some of these other Advance War inspired games where it just doesn't have the juice? The original.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't love Wargroove. I don't know. I think it's a big part of it could be that Fire Emblem, which is a very similar kind of game, has evolved so much since the Game Boy Advance era that it's there's so much more going on in this genre now that the people that love Advance Wars, and I'm one of them, when they want to go back to just Advance Wars, it's okay, you got to make sure then the basic stuff you are doing has to be perfect. It has to be so good. And I think they get distracted by their own, well, here's what we're going to do, set our stuff apart. And that's never quite as good as what Fire Emblem is doing. That'd be my guess.
I don't know copyright law, but I wonder how close do you have to be to something to be legally actionable? Because looking at everything about the actual map and the battle screens and stuff, not the portraits, but everything else is just Advance Wars.
Yeah, I think that they would listen, Nintendo could sue whoever it wants to sue, right? And they have very good lawyers, so people would probably be we should just settle. But I think in this case, it's you can't copyright an art style, and I think that's probably what they would argue. A lot of those units look very similar, but are they distinct enough? I think they'd probably be able to make the argument that they are. So yeah, but it is blatant. And I don't mind it. Whatever. I like it. I'm glad it looks like that game. I like the way it looks better than the Advance Wars remasters that we got.
Oh, gosh.
Kind of smoothed everything out. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I think it was one of y'all that said it just inspired you to pick up the original Advance Wars on your analog.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wound up doing the same. Last thing on the list here. I don't know if someone misspelled this. Peg-idle?
Peg Idle.
Peg-idle.
It's an idle peggle.
Oh,
it's exactly what it sounds like. It's Peggle. It looks exactly like Peggle, but you're buying stuff with the gold. You hit the gold pegs, you make money, and then you can use that to unlock new balls, the bomb ball, the super bouncy ball, the rock ball, and then you can choose which one you're shooting out of your gun. But then you also set a bunch of auto drop stuff, and you're buying stuff to okay, I've got the rock balls auto dropping every 0.6 seconds, and so there's just this constant shower of balls, and you can also shoot your own balls. And you're just constantly getting gold and upgrading your balls, and it's just a good time. It's just there's no way you're not going to
download this. I haven't installed it yet, though.
Man. I'm seeing so many numbers go up, and I need
It's one of those, and it's just very good at that. Yes. So
yeah. Jan, you weren't here last week, but I played Nubby's Number Adventure after you recommended it. That was great.
Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it a lot.
Hell yeah. All right, gang. That about does it for video game chatter. We're going to be back with some news right after this quick break. This is the news with Jeff Grubb. This is the news with Jeff Grubb. Jan is too scared to hit the music button, so I'm gonna sing a tune for Grubb. Grubb!
Howdy. Yeah, the sampler thing maybe is a little funky still in Goxler, if that's what you were trying to do. All right, I got some news here. Let's start by staring you directly in the eyes, because that's where I put the news.
No, shit.
Oh, no, I don't like this.
Here, look right at me.
Fuck.
Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Well, what's going on my throat? Hang on.
Turn on
There we
those
go.
AI eyes.
Yeah, I'll just do that instead. Yeah.
Sorry, the A1 eyes. Sorry, I saw the Linda McMahon thing. I don't know if you saw that.
Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion remastered screens and details have leaked. Leaked information suggests an Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion remastered is in development by Bethesda and Virtuos. The remaster, reportedly releasing for PC and Xbox Series X and S and PlayStation 5, will include visual and mechanical overhauls such as improved combat mechanics, blah, blah, blah. We've talked about it before. Someone was like, okay, I keep hearing these rumors. I'm just going to go check Virtuos's website. And they inspected an element and saw that they were using WordPress. And I think they just started like looking for different folders that would be stored in the WordPress. And they found one that was labeled Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. They found a bunch of screenshots, a bunch of comparison shots. And now those are out there. And, you know, this is happening. We've known for a long time that this is happening. And like I said on yesterday's Game Breaking News, it's going to shadow drop next week. It's coming next week. I keep being told it's a shadow drop. Still weirds me out. I'm like with everyone, like that's a weird way to handle a big game like this. But that's what I keep hearing. But next week we should have the information about this. So if it's more real than ever, did you guys get a chance to look at it? Because I think it looks pretty good. Although people are pointing out these screenshots, like in like the original game, there's a lot of green lushness to it, and maybe it's a little bit more brown. I'm hoping that that's just these screenshots, and the green is more prominent in the final game.
Yeah, there's like a comparison here where it's like it looks like the one is taken during spring or summer, the other one's like the beginning of winter. Like everything's yellowed. It's weird because you don't see the piss filter added more intensely to 360 games usually.
Like turn it up.
Yeah, but I mean,
More
look, Oblivion was never a pretty game.
No.
So.
I liked all the rolling hills and all that stuff.
Sure.
Cool. The characters not as much.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the characters were definitely the problem. These character models look better. They look a little, I don't know, a smidge generic Unreal Engine 5y, I suppose, if you really wanted to get super critical. But no, they look fine. I'm excited for this. Oblivion's great. Haven't played it in a long time. That's a big game to remake, right? That has to be a pretty big undertaking. There's just a lot of content there. So yeah, the idea that we could be playing this in like a week, that's pretty wild.
I think I'm going to do it again. I never played Morrowind back in the day, but all the hype in the early 360, like this felt like the first big post-launch game, and I went in, I absolutely loved it, did everything you could do in that game, and I think it's probably my favorite Bethesda game. I think.
Yeah,
so
it's up there.
I think I might play it again. Yeah,
I never checked it out, so I'm really curious to finally check this one out.
Oblivion.
Ooh, Oblivion.
Oblivion. No, I tried.
Yeah, it was valiant. I am. I'm gonna try it as well. I love Oblivion. Where are you all at with? We don't have Sean here, who I consider the arbiter of telling me is it a remake or a remaster. They're labeling it as a remaster here, but all the visuals look remade in a lot of ways, and that's what we've heard. It's being remade in Unreal. At least the visuals. There's been back and forth about what's happening with the gameplay, but at least visually, it looks like one of those standard remakes, not a Resident Evil 2 remake.
Maybe it's a remastered.
it could be.
It could be a remastered. Yeah, I didn't consider that.
It could be a definitive edition.
Yeah.
Okay, could be. Yeah, that line has blurred so much. Like Metroid Prime Remaster, that's something I would have absolutely have called a remake. To me, if you're replacing most of the game assets, that's kind of a remake. But I think we've had so many of these really expansive remakes where it's basically a new game that word feels a little bit weird now. So I am kind of at a point now where it's like when you're in the middle like this, you can call what you want. There are still things that are definitely remasters and things that are definitely remakes, and we have this new gray area. We almost need a new name for it or something. I don't know.
Like what Sean says here, where it's like if they made new visuals, it's a remake.
Yeah, I think that's
so like a
classic
remaster would be just like an HD re-release or something like that.
What Night Dive does most of the times, those are remasters, right? So for System Shock, which they remade. Was that them? Yeah. So yeah, generally that's how it goes.
So yeah, we get more information, I guess, next week, and then we're playing it. That's I'm sticking to that. That's I've heard that repeatedly now. So feeling good about that. In the meantime, how much is the horse armor going to be?
I mean, they're going to include it for free, but I like that people are expecting there to still be a reference. Actually, I kind of hope you have to pay the original price
Just
for it.
horse
No,
armor,
I think
yeah.
it'd be funny if
Yeah.
you just made it really expensive.
Yeah, that'd be good too.
Someone will buy it.
The game is free, but the horse armor's $5,000.
Yeah, I
Oh,
would like
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Let's go. Status symbol.
God. What a simpler time when we were all mad about paying for horse armor, huh?
It was a
Yeah.
pre-social media, or I guess it was like early Facebook days. Yeah. And it still was everywhere on the gaming internet. Oh, people.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it was a
podcasts
whole
and forums.
thing.
Yeah.
It seems so innocent now.
it's even podcast at that point. Jesus, I don't know.
But
Well,
looking back, it's kind of like, well, I guess their fears were founded.
One Up Yours was a thing at that point.
Yeah, One Up Yours. Yeah, I must have been
Yeah, that
hearing
was
on there
definitely
in the
happening.
forums and the blog post on One Up and whatever. Okay.
Do we know? I assume Shivering Isles is part of this, but then, like, you know, there are things like Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition does not come with that expansion pass stuff.
It's very
so
Nintendo, though.
That's
Like,
very Nintendo. I think it'd be
Yeah.
wild if they wanted to like release Shivering Isles later and made us pay for it. Although Persona 3 did it, so yeah, games still can do that sort of stuff.
Yeah, well, I think the way that they are coming out with this thing, and if it is just going to be a shadow drop, I imagine it's just going to have everything all in one, and they're not going to be like, let's drag this out for months and have DLC later or something like that. But we'll see. All right. Sony increased the price of the PlayStation 5. Sony has increased the price of the PS5 Digital Edition in Europe to 400 to 500 euro. Basically, they raised it about 50 euro. I think it was 450 before this. They raised it about 10% in the UK as well. In New Zealand and Australia, the system also went up 10%, but they also increased the price of the standard edition that comes with the disc drive included. And then they lowered the price of the disc drive everywhere in all these territories. So this seems to be, and they said it's due to inflation, and that's like lagging inflation, the inflation that has already happened. Although I think they are also trying to price this with the idea that more inflation could still happen. And then they said due to destabilized exchange rates. Basically, the yen was way down, the dollar was way up, a bunch of other currencies were up high compared to the yen. That's going to fluctuate a lot. It's fluctuating a ton right now because of the tariff situation that's made it especially volatile. So I think Sony's like, we got to move right now. But of course, this is also really just a good excuse to raise the price for an expensive thing to make right as they're about to sell a ton more of them because GTA 6 is coming out. So, they're taking the excuses they can take. And this thing is going to sell a ton more because GTA 6, a lot of people have been waiting on the sideline for that game.
Gosh.
And that game's not on PS5 or PS4 and Xbox One.
Still, that's like, yeah, I get the GTA 6 thing, but this console is 5 years old, and I know that we're upsettingly not in the era where the prices ever go down on these things, and that alone is weird. The idea that they would go up, I mean, and I'm almost afraid to say this because some people get mad. How good has the PS5 been, right? And now you want to charge this much for it in these territories? It's just kind of wild to me.
Yep, it feels unearned for sure. But I think that's the big thing here. That's why people, I think it's people are reacting to it because it's a price increase for something that has traditionally gone down in price, a console. But also, it's like no one has felt great about this generation on consoles across the board. It's been okay in some respects. Maybe we're a little harsh on it, but then they come back and are like, well, give us more money for the PS5 going forward. And it's like, we talk about, God, they want to get Switch 2s into as many people's hands as possible so people can buy the software. That's where the money's really made. And then these companies don't act that way. They're like, we're going to charge as much for the hardware as we possibly can. And then, we'll just sell software, I guess. I don't know. I think they just don't see consoles as a growth space. And I think that's not like a hot take. I think they kind of admitted as much.
But it's like this death spiral. Where like, well, consoles aren't going to grow, so we got to squeeze what we can from people. Well, then that market's going to shrink every time you raise prices or refuse to ever drop prices or ever make these things more easily accessible. So I don't know. It's just this. consoles are in this weird space right now, especially these super traditional ones like the Xboxes and the PlayStation. I mean, we see what's happening with Xbox, and it has not been some boon for PlayStation to have Xbox not bow out of the console race, but definitely step back from it. Yeah.
Yeah. No price increase in the United States, but are we expecting one? Because I am.
Maybe. I mean, you bring this up, how people in the U.S. get more angry than other territories sometimes. So there's a pretty big fuss about that.
Yeah, we are treated with kid gloves for sure.
Yeah, so it's like, if you're doing these other places, like, feasibly and economically, it seems like we would be due for one too. But then there is something about it always being even more real when we talk about the US, Jeff. And again, I'm just like, how could you charge more for a base PlayStation 5? The thing is 5 years old. It's not that good.
Well, we'll see. I might have the next story be about tariffs. I can't remember. No, that's coming up soon. But yeah, the tariffs are they're still here. Some things got exceptions, not consoles. We'll get into all that here soon. Marathon details. Bungie's Marathon will launch on September 23rd on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S with full crossplay and cross-save support. It will not be free to play, but they did not give pricing details. The first closed alpha test will begin in April. I guess later this month. Is that the case? Marathon is a PvPvE game, which we say that a lot. There's always a chance there's people listening that have no idea what that even means.
Yeah.
Maybe they play a lot of single-player games, or maybe they do play multiplayer games on their console. This is a term that definitely comes from more the PC side of things.
Like a Titanfall type thing?
Extraction shooter?
It's an extraction shooter. Titanfall does have PvPvE elements where it has drones in there for you to shoot, but those are more like ads, right? This is there are multiple teams competing in an environment
Exoprimal?
It's an exoprimal, exactly. Okay. Now everyone understands. I should have just said that, Dan. And these, I think it's 6 teams of 3 people, and it's only teams of 3. If you want to play by yourself, you can, but you just have to set the autofill to off, so you're at a disadvantage. There's no like single player, my team of 1 against other teams of 1. But these 6 teams are all trying to get stuff and extract loot from the game. But there are other teams trying to do the same thing, and when they run into each other, it might behoove you to ignore one another, or it might behoove you to fight one another, try to get their loot, so you have even more when you leave the game. It's risk reward. But yeah, so there's multiple sides to it. It's not just straight up team deathmatch. Extraction is the genre that they're going for. People seem very unsure, because I think most people watching this are Bungie fans first, and then Destiny fans, and then I think they're saying to themselves, well, I've never played an extraction shooter, or if I have, it was maybe a little bit. This is not necessarily what I'm coming here for. Do you think that's going to hold this game back, or do you think the shooting in a game like Marathon can be so good that people will just get on board with it?
I don't want to invoke the name Concord, but
a lot of people are.
It's reminding me of Concord.
All right, but Concord's problems, the price was part of it, but it was a game that drummed up zero excitement whatsoever. Yeah. You think that this would at least this would at least do something with the Bungie name. I think aesthetically the game is interesting for sure.
I like whatever they're going for. It just feels like X Games vomit, which is good. Parentheses positive.
Right, and it's all very like computer techy, if that makes sense. I don't even know how you explain it, but it's a very specific kind of sci-fi that isn't necessarily the go-to when you imagine video games in sci-fi. So I like the way that it looks. I have just not really played an extraction shooter. I'm only tried out because I know I genuinely like the way that Bungie games feel shooting-wise. They make the best shooting. Even Destiny 2, when I would play it, I just liked going around and shooting things. It always felt good. So if that's there, you'd think that would account for something. But boy, people are just so skeptical right now of Bungie. I think a lot of people aren't happy with the way they kind of let Destiny 2 fizzle out there. Everyone's really skeptical of Sony right now and their whole live service plans and paying for a game like this in general. Live service games all over the place have been having a hard time catching on. You do get your Helldivers 2 happening, and that could happen. And again, you think the Bungie name would help still, but maybe that name doesn't mean as much as I think it does anymore. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm curious, like, is there a still a big audience for something like Hunt Showdown? Is that still doing big numbers?
On Steam, it's on the top 100, but it's in the bottom 50. It was when I was looking at this the other day, and then I was trying to find some other extraction shooters. I think Tarkov might be much bigger than that, and I think Tarkov has its own launcher. I'm not sure about that, but it was not in the top 100, and I think it's pretty popular still. So, I think this genre as a whole, though, is like definitely had false starts with trying to reach the mainstream. Warzone had an extraction shooter in it, right, for a little bit. I never touched that. I know some people did try it. Maybe it wasn't very good, but I thought some people did like it. But they're not doing it anymore. Whatever. And it's like, okay, so is extraction shooter is that genre due for its Fortnite, where something will come over and like introduce it to the mainstream, and everyone will be like, oh, now this makes sense to me, and it's fun and it's easy, it's accessible. Maybe, but I don't think there's any reason to assume that's like a guarantee. I think there's no reason to assume that the mass audience is like, oh yeah, I want to like do this compound interest game where I go in one round, I win, and that makes me more efficient and better in the next round, and that just keeps building on top of it. That seems like a very hardcore thing, as opposed to Fortnite, where it's like, just be the last person standing, like the easiest concept in the world to understand. So I don't know if they match 1-to-1. And that again, that's not to say Bungie can't overcome all of that, because I think what we learned from Destiny is making a live service, sort of get together and do some runs with your buddies game. Like, a lot of people tried to make a Destiny of their own, and Destiny worked because it had the best shooting. Like, it just was the best feeling game. So that's why it really actually worked in the end. Even after Bungie screwed up a million other things about the game, they could always hang their hat on that. So maybe the same thing happens with Marathon. We'll see. Nintendo has been warned to expect 145% tariffs on Nintendo Switch 2. A major supplier has warned Nintendo and Apple that video game consoles could face that 145% tariff on Chinese goods entering the United States. The tariff has led to concerns that Nintendo may increase the price of the Switch 2, which was previously announced at $450. Most Switch 2 consoles are actually made in China. Only a small proportion are made in Vietnam. Now, all of those are being shipped to the United States right now from Vietnam, but it doesn't sound like it'll be nearly enough to meet demand. And they were always going to struggle, but this seems like way further away from even that. And this should like speak once again the lie to we're going to get manufacturing back in the United States. They decided to go to Vietnam back in 2019. Like, hey, we're going to start shipping or manufacturing Switches in that country as well, so we can be diversified. It's 5-6 years later, and they still only have a small percentage of their Switch 2s being manufactured in Vietnam. And there were exemptions to the tariffs. That was the good news is, hey, if you want a smartphone, we understand that's expensive and people don't want to pay $3,000 for a smartphone, which is like some of the numbers that were being thrown around, that like that's how much they would have to cost with these tariffs. And they got an exemption, and a lot of other electronics did. Consoles explicitly have not been exempted. So they are going to have to pay this 145% tariff if they come from China. It'll still be 10% if it's from Vietnam, which is still not great. That's actually still quite a big hit to Nintendo's bottom line and could cause them to raise the price. But we are as far away as ever from like a situation where these companies feel like they can understand what the tax situation is going to be for importing stuff into the United States.
Right, and I think this is why we haven't heard, hey, when are pre-orders coming back for the Switch 2 in North America? I think they're still trying to figure things out. I bet they are probably trying to work on that exemption thing, Jeff. I bet that they might have people talking to the government.
They definitely do, yes. And Trump loves that people are coming and kissing his ass. He said that out loud. Dude just loves corruption. There is a little update. This is from Jordan Midler over at VGC. Someone put this in chat a little bit ago. Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders will reportedly start next week in Canada. Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders will reportedly begin next week, according to Bill Kuhn, who has a history of posting retail listing information ahead of official announcements. Canadian retailers are preparing to begin pre-orders for Nintendo's next system. Pre-orders in Canada for the Nintendo Switch 2 will reportedly begin on April 23rd. So
a lot of reportedlies.
Yes, that's they're covering their butt, rightfully so. Bill Kuhn usually knows what they're talking about. And that stuff's got to pick up again here pretty soon. And there are no tariffs on shipping stuff from China to Canada. So maybe they were just like, let's get our pipeline set up so none of that stuff accidentally goes through the United States. It all just goes directly to Canada. But yeah, this is small movement, and there's no guarantee that they actually follow through with this. As far as the United States is concerned, yeah, we haven't heard anything because they really don't know what's going to happen next. It still is a complete mess.
Fly to Minnesota. Let's do an all-day stream where we drive to Canada and we try to get Switch 2s.
Stream, yeah, the bootlegging. I've always
a full stream from a car.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Let's do a race where y'all drive to Canada. Nikki and I will meet up in SoCal and we'll drive to Mexico.
Okay.
I think that's a I idea.
Yeah.
Smuggler's Grub.
I love this. I love this. I don't love the situation we're in because every new tariff update I see, it's either he's walking it back or it's not here or it's gone up by 100 more %. The fuck are we doing?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, what is he going to say tomorrow? Right? So,
do you think Nintendo has the power to put Trump in Nintendo jail?
Yeah, he's probably not going to get a Switch 2 early, I would say. Probably not.
Probably not.
He's not going to get a gold-plated one. But
it's day of code. Yeah.
Day of code. Right, exactly. Yeah, just check his email for sure. And then, late that day, though. Not early in the day.
Yeah, like 3 p.m.
Yeah. He's going to say something stupid next. It's not going to make anything better. That's why these companies really are just kind of in this holding pattern because they kind of can't even plan. Because if they start planning for, okay, let's say that these are all the hurdles, let's figure out ways around these hurdles. The hurdles could just shift or get bigger, and then all of the planning they're doing to solve the problem as it currently exists is worthless and obsolete. And that's what is really handcuffing them. It's the uncertainty. If they just knew, okay, for sure it's going to be 145% tariffs, that's terrible. It's going to it's going to cause their costs to go up, likely our prices to go up. But they could at least begin to come up with a plan to minimize the pain as much as possible. But they can't even begin that part of the planning because of how things are changing so frequently. Star Wars Zero Company, or ZCOM, as I think we're calling it, is the name for Bit Reactor and Respawn's new tactics game. Respawn Entertainment and Bit Reactor have announced Star Wars Zero Company, a single-player turn-based tactics game coming to PC, PS5, Xbox Series X and S. The first look will be at Star Wars Celebration on April 9th. I think that this happened, but they didn't show much publicly. It'll have key art suggesting diverse playable classes like Jedi, droids, and Mandalorians, and a bunch more. They showed off the key art, and it looks pretty cool. And then people are saying this is from the XCOM team. I think we've known that. The former XCOM developers partner with Respawn, and they started Bit Reactor to specifically make games like this. So it's going to play a lot like XCOM, but with Star Wars. I'm on board. I like XCOM a whole bunch, and I like Star Wars.
Yes. Let me just have a team of droids battling. Oh, Rub, I just want Ewoks. Give me a whole squad of Ewoks.
Yeah, I want every possibility there for sure.
The
I
ones
just want to
that
put an
roll?
Ewok into Overwatch.
Yeah,
the Phantom Menace guys that roll in.
The droidicas.
Yeah,
I do like those. Yeah, I bet this game's going to be really good. I wonder how it'll do because, Marvel Midnight Suns seemed like it really underperformed.
Yeah, but that's cards. People hate cards.
That's cards. But then there's also just the Star Wars factor. Star Wars not exactly at a high point. Outlaws came out. I know the reviews were mildly middling, but people did not seem to care about that one at all. It's like Star Wars has never really recovered from that Episode 9 moment it had.
No. Yeah, we're us Andor's fans, we're doing all right. 8 more days or something like that, but that's not going to move the needle outside of that.
Hey, but by the way, XCOM 2 is like 95% off on Steam. I never actually played it, so
Mikey.
I know. So
one of my favorite features on this website, good old exquisite core, and just the pure demonstration in front of everyone of Reichert luck.
Oh,
amazing.
Tell me the odds. Yeah,
exactly.
That's the thing from Star Wars too.
Oh yeah. Look at that.
Assassin's Creed Shadows is now 2025's second biggest game of the year so far. Assassin's Creed Shadows has been a commercial success for Ubisoft, becoming the best-selling video game in the U.S. for its first 3 weeks and reaching 1 million players across all platforms in a single day. Basically, Matt Piscatello over at Circana noted that it had been the best-selling game in the U.S. for the last 3 weeks. That's pretty good. Again, I don't think anyone's expecting this to be the answer to all of Ubisoft's problems, but the game is doing what anyone should have realistically expected in the best-case scenario.
Right.
I think.
Now,
So good.
That doesn't necessarily mean that's what Ubisoft is hoping for, right? So I still want to hear from them in their next earnings if they're happy about it, if it's still like, oh, not quite as much as we were hoping. We're still doing shitty.
Yep.
But people seem happy with this, Jeff. Seems like it's doing well. Hopefully, it's enough.
Yep, it's a good game that's selling well. I think what more can you ask for? And then Mafia: The Old Country release date revealed on Steam. This seems to have been an accidental leak. Mafia: The Old Country will be released on August 8th, 2025, according to a Steam blog post. This is not an official confirmation. That date could, of course, change. The game was initially teased in August at Gamescom Opening Night Live and received a full trailer in December 2024 at the Game Awards. Now, this is a Take-Two game, along with Borderlands 4. I feel like is there one other thing, and then GTA 6. GTA 6, if that's still coming out this year and you're Take-Two, all your other games have to come out before that, right?
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
think so, yeah.
Yeah. I think especially like a Mafia game, I feel like that's got to come out a few months before GTA 6.
Yeah, there's got to be some space there. They're, not similar games really, but the same general genre, open world crime stuff, yeah.
Does what's your guys' latest feeling on the release date for GTA 6?
September.
I'm feeling pretty confident it's going to come out this year now. Just the way things are going. And I counterpicked it in Fantasy Critics, so I don't love saying that, but it definitely feels that way.
Do you think Metroid Prime's coming out this year?
Yes.
Man, you played it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's like weird how like little we still have seen of GTA 6, but that part's that's just what they're gonna do. It's weird 'cause the idea that it could seem too big to not come out. And at a certain point, you can't just throw more resources at something. But there's no indication yet that it's not going to happen, so I'm still just going to assume it is.
All right. I think that does it for the headlines I have here. I am going to hand this show back over to Jan. Jan, there you go.
I'm gonna go check if the maintenance person. Oh, thank you. No, there we go.
There you go.
If the maintenance person in my apartment needs anything, and we'll be back with some emails right after this. Emails.
Nice.
Wow.
Thanks, Scout. Bombcast, quit it. No, we're done with the song now. Stop.
Went past your cue, Scout. Come
Oh,
on.
come on. You're not going to get a cookie now. Bombcastgiantbomb.com is the email address to send your lovely emails to. Write in about any and everything, and I'll read it. Special shouts out to everyone over the last couple of weeks that have been emailing for the first time, saying you're a long-time listener. Just want to chime in and say, like, hey, y'all are doing a good job. And you know what? Genuine, thank you. I don't know how to deal with compliments, but I try and relay them to the crew. They make all of us warm and fuzzy on the inside, and Grub just keeps staring at the camera with those cold eyes. First email the show is some trivia from Simon from Saskatchewan. Hello, Bombcast. Most people's favorite fruit, sorry, Mike, is the humble Scout, I swear to God, is the humble banana. Here are some trivia facts about them. They're technically a berry, like watermelons and cucumbers. Banana bunches grow upside down from what most people think. Oh, I didn't know that. Bananas are very slightly radioactive. The potassium isotope makes it radioactive. You'd have to at least eat 10 million in one sitting to die of radiation poisoning.
Sounds like content.
Watch Dan die from eating 10 million bananas. I think something else will kill you before the radiation at that point.
Yeah, they're good for you.
Brazil nuts are more radioactive. They can set off radiation detectors at nuclear power plants. Bananas don't grow on trees, but technically grow on herbs. Okay.
What?
I don't know. Banana trees are more related to ginger than trees.
Oh, I like ginger.
Banana plants will walk about 40 centimeters in their lifetime.
No.
Like ants?
They don't actually walk, obviously. It's complicated, but the way they get harvested means the plants need to stretch out and move over time. This is called walking. This means more land is needed to grow bananas, so potential deforestation may be required. Thank you all for all you do. Make sure to take wellness breaks. Simon from Saskatchewan.
Hey, Simon from Saskatchewan. Shout out to you.
Hi, Simon. Thank you.
Okay. What do you guys think like the record is for eating bananas in one sitting?
3.
Like 4.
100. I bet somebody's eating 100 bananas.
150.
I mean, like when I look it up, people are like saying like it's like 30.
Yeah, maybe that's
I
right.
Have more than 30.
Well,
there's only so much stomach space, Dan. This is just
Mike,
they're
quiet.
mushy.
So content, Dan. I want 30 bananas. Also, this is a bad joke, but the first comment on this is gay. Come on. But anyway, I think that would be fun to try to break. I feel like I could probably also do more than 30.
I couldn't do it like speed wise, but I mean, I would just, it'd be a marathon, not a sprint.
Listen, I did the 999 challenge last year, and I don't think I've been the same since. I think my competitive eating days are long behind me. Dan,
Have you done the
didn't you
Sprite?
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't you eat bananas and drink Sprite?
Me and Danny O'Dwyer did, and I think we threw up. Yeah, you gotta like eat a banana, or is it 2 bananas, and then you chug like a 20 ounce of Sprite, and we did that in my backyard, and yeah, I think we threw up.
Great.
Yeah.
Look.
Okay,
Jeff,
I take everything back. Hold on, I take everything back. Dan, you and I were gonna try and beat the world record for most bananas in one sitting, and what are we gonna call it, Dan?
Oh, Bonanza.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Ooh.
Okay. All right.
You can say whatever you
SGF.
want. I knew as soon as I began what I was saying, it would end here. So now
look,
go ahead and lodge your complaints.
I can't dissuade him, so don't worry about that. But it's just like you with the bathtub filled with mac and cheese. It's like you just think about I like mac and cheese. You don't think about spatial volume, and your stomach is only so big, and there's only so many places in your body for food to go.
But here's the thing, a banana is the mushiest food. If there was a finite jar, you could 4 bananas might fit in that jar, but if you mush it all down, you could probably get 100 in there.
Now it is mostly fiber, which your body likes to take its time digesting.
Yeah, does fiber, does it make you super poop or poop less?
It helps you. It's very good for helping your tummy get good at pooping. Yeah.
So
Let's
it's good
see, I
for
have
poop.
Crohn's.
Okay.
It's not great for me.
Yeah, it's bad for Mikey's.
Just like all fruit.
I feel like the radiation, like bananas being slightly radioactive, I think I would be more comfortable eating radioactive stuff than things with bacteria like yogurt.
Yeah, that's weird. It's basically the same thing.
Here's the good news.
I would eat a plutonium
All food is
rod
bacteria.
before a spoonful of amoebas.
Yeah, you eat bacteria all the time, so whatever.
Yeah, everything's got bacteria in it. Even like McDonald's food, which takes forever to decompose because it doesn't have bacteria naturally in it. It's got some.
I just don't know what you. So why do you shake your head? Why are you just like, oh, I can't think about it? Just think about it and accept it and be happier and eat more food.
I eat plenty of food. I just don't eat bacteria.
You do.
All right, we can't keep doing this, guys. Travis and Fargo wrote in a bunch of questions. This is the Travis question of the week that I picked. Do you have any odd, specific tertiary hopes for the Switch 2, aka the Switooch? I hope the eShop works. Prayer hands emoji, Travis and Fargo.
I mean, like Street Pass equivalent. Like
Yeah.
Oh, I love that stuff.
That's
Yeah, some
like
sort of
something
weird
fun.
Miiverse type thing would be great.
Something like when we all of us have our Switch 2s in the same room at a PAX or a Summer Game Fest, something cool happens. And beyond just like, oh, now we can all play Mario Kart in the same room. Sure,
Yeah.
that's a table stakes. I want just something Nintendo fun weird to happen as well.
I mean, I really want themes back. I think they're fun. Like there's no reason why my UI can't look Metroid-y. That would just make me so much happier.
And they could even tie it to the fucking platinum points or whatever, like, you know, because they make those easy enough to get. You know?
I'll do that. I'll pay you real money for it. I don't, whatever. Just give me that.
All right, next email comes from Not a Stoner. And they write in about a Jeff versus Jeff. For the purposes of this email, I will just be pronouncing the name as Geoff.
Sure.
Hello, Bombcast. There are Geoffs and there are Jeffs. Or Geoffs, Jeff's gone wrong, or Jeff's dumbed down Geoffs. If you put a Jeff into a Jeff improvement machine, would a maxed out Jeff become a Geoff? Or did Geoffs evolve into Jeffs? Which is better? Regards, Not a Stoner.
Jeff is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all the Jeffs like know this. We don't have to agree. Like this is something that's innate. We understand this. There is a maximum Jeff. He works. Well, he's a character on the Mega 64 sketch. That always makes me laugh. But yeah, we're all trying to achieve maximum Jeff at all times. Geoffs cannot attain maximum Jeff.
Yeah,
I Jeff Bridges, Jeff Daniels. You don't have Geoffs.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's Jeffrey Draft. He's GEO, but and we're okay with him.
Yeah,
but we don't accept him.
Yeah.
I think of Jeff Keighley as I just think of him as Keighley at this point. He's transcended the Jeff label.
Yeah. He's not held down by it. Sure, yes. Transcended is a strong word.
You goobers.
Okay, well then he's not a goober then. What about that? We can all agree?
Yeah,
Sure.
absolutely.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Breaking news.
Fuck?
Breaking news. All right, let's take a look here. Actually, I didn't read this whole thing, so let me see what's going on here. All right, from Bill Coon on Blue Sky for the USA. Through some U.S. retailers, I found conflicting data for pre-order start date of Nintendo Switch 2 hardware. For Switch 2 consoles, April 21st or April 30th, depending on retailer. For accessories like Switch 2 Pro Controller, April 30th. How many days are in April? 30.
Yeah, it's not many days before the thing
30.
comes out.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit over a month, but also like that April 30th date feels like a placeholder to me. Like that feels like someone's like, let's just go set it to the last day of the month.
Yeah, but like that Mario Kart thing's happening on Thursday, right? Are we really gonna do that and like during that stream be like, and you could pre-order this thing? We don't know.
Yeah, I hope
They
not.
might.
They might though, right? Because again, the uncertainty is so bad. But
When I said that this wasn't much time till the consoles come out, I forgot about May.
yeah, I could tell. I didn't want to like call you out, so I was letting it go. But I could tell what was
I just
happening
wanted to.
there.
May like doesn't exist for me because that's just the month I'm going to Disney World, basically. So that's all that month is for me.
Man, sorry, just like thought about going to Disney.
It's
I'm
so
not even jealous. I'm just so
excited.
happy for you, but I want to go so bad.
Oh, okay.
Why don't we
Hey,
just go again, huh?
I have an annual pass this year.
Jeff.
Anytime you want to go to Disney World, any of you, just let me know, and I'll go there. I can maybe guess a deal on a hotel, maybe not Disney, but another place nearby that's nice. Like, let me know.
Okay.
Okay, Mikey. Yeah, maybe we should have a team building field trip.
Yeah, there you go.
Disneyland. Yeah, there we go. All right, next email is about LodgeNet controllers and oddities. Hey, Bomb Crew, longtime listener, first-time emailer. While listening to one of the GB shows, I was instantly activated by the mention of the LodgeNet N64 controllers. I work IT support for Sonify Solutions, which used to be LodgeNet. We're talking about collecting kiosk and promo materials, and while in-room gaming isn't really a thing anymore, most guests just cast their own apps or bring full consoles like PS5s, there's still some weird legacy tech lurking around. A few years back, I was at our office helping with network stuff and got volunteered as a 6'1", 250-pound Midwesterner to help set up cubicles. While digging through cold storage, I found a dusty corner full of retro gaming relics, third-party SNESs, and N64 controllers, old E3-style posters, swag, other third-party accessories. It felt like Bastion stumbling into the bookstore, the never-ending story. At one point, we had custom Wii consoles installed in select Marriott hotels. Basically, stock Wiis with about 60 games, mostly first-party Nintendo, preloaded. They were free to use, but only one worked if the room was checked in. The units were mounted in huge white lock boxes with beefy fans and PC-style power supplies to keep them from melting. See attached pics? I'll send you all the pics. As a thank you for helping out, I was gifted one.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Steel boxed with a new Wiimote, Mario Kart Wii wheel, and Wii Fit board. I was able to bypass the check-in requirement with a tech manual, but the console does not save. So guests could play Twilight Princess all day, but you turned it off or changed games. Poof.
Long-ass game. Yeah.
It's a quirky piece of history, and while modding it is tempting, the lockbox didn't come with a key. So now I just have a chunky, half-functional Wii taking up shelf space, but it looks cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, 2 questions for y'all. What's the weirdest or most obscure gaming curio you've picked up from events or vendors over the years? 2, when has just existing in your physical form paid off? Not just tall guy gets asked to reach the top shelf, but like someone needs a large human to haul cubicles and get rewarded with rare hardware. Thanks for all the awesome content. Keep being weird. Yada I mean. Ryan from South Dakota.
Man, that sounds so cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, and just having it look cool is most of the benefit of that. So yeah, just keep that thing as is.
I don't have anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of well, there's definitely been times where I like being in the right place at the right time, I guess, but nothing has popped to mind. Yeah. And I don't think I have a good answer to the other one either.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have an orange GameCube, and like that's just from Japan. It's not that crazy special or anything like that, but I am very happy to have it. So then, like aside from just rare games, but I don't have like, this was the weird Game Boy Advance made for Costco employees or something like that.
Right.
Dan, you have to have something. I mean, you have a Bojangles Xbox, so that
I do have a Bojangles Xbox. I do have the Taco Bell Xbox One X that they sent me that makes the Taco Bell noise.
They sent it to you, or did you win that?
They sent it to me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Got a debug PS2. I've got the jungle green and gold N64s, like some of the cool like variants, but not like there were definitely things that I saw like the Nintendo Museum where I was like, what is this like Taz colored N64? It's like orange and black, and it's like it's like one specific thing that was only in Japan. I don't have a lot of I have all of the hardware, but like not a lot of weird variants for the most part,
Yeah.
As far as one's physicality kind of working out, there was one E3 where there was like a cable routing problem, and Jason A. Stryker, Vinny Caravella, tall, beefy men, they couldn't fit underneath like the little crevice we had made, and both of them tried reaching for it. They couldn't get it. And then I shit you not, both of them, hands on hips, how are we going to fix this problem? Both of them turn around, look at me. All right, short stuff, get in there. And I just scurried in like Baby Yoda in that one Mando episode and just connected the cables. All right, next email.
Did you hear that?
No.
There's some people doing something with power tools outside of my window.
Is it woodpeckers?
No, I think it's humans with power tools.
Maybe it's woodpeckers with power tools.
Yeah.
It's leaf blowers.
All right.
Okay.
It's just leaf blowers.
I think I could hear something, but it's very faint.
Okay.
Next email fits in since Mike was playing Katamari Damacy over the weekend.
Oh, nice.
Howdy. You
Hi.
all now have a Katamari to roll around in a real life location. Collect everything and grow as large as possible. You start with a 1 foot diameter Katamari ball and have 30 minutes. Where do you go? Considerations. You're immortal and unfazed to risks, so weather, oxygen, fall damage, terrain, etc. don't matter. You're basically the prince, so you can just keep rolling no matter your physique or what you roll up, sharp, hot, etc. Keep in mind your objective to scale. Stores like Walmart, Costco are off limits. Feel free to use actual levels as an inspiration. There's no winner. This is just for fun and a pleasant time. Parentheses for you. Cheers. Money. Shh.
I think you go to
Legoland.
Oh, that Legoland's
Oh.
good. I was thinking like a baseball stadium, and you go around, you get all of the chairs, just like, like a
yeah.
huge
All the
chair
baseballs,
ball.
even like because you start at 1 foot, you're not gonna be able to get
Yeah.
chairs right away. So
Right,
you go
right.
baseballs and bats and things like
Yep.
that. Yeah.
Soccer stadium
players.
would be pretty good too.
Yeah.
It's like I love the levels where the progression feels great. It's like starting off with like tiny everyday objects, then like there's that moment where suddenly you're getting small animals. Then there's that moment where you get people, and that's a big step. Then you're getting trees, and you're getting buildings. So like
Cars.
yeah. So like theme parks sound good, but I don't want to. I like the theme parks. I don't want to roll them up. I can't put it back together.
Right. I think the spirit of the rules was don't worry, everyone's gonna be fine.
Yeah. Don't have to worry about killing them when I.
I just
turn
would go
them into
Legoland,
star.
get all the small Lego pieces.
Legoland's
then
good.
The Lego, like the bigger stuff they make with Legos, and then out to the parking lot and start getting the cars.
I think Jeff won with Legoland. I gotta be honest. I wish I could come up with something better, but that's great.
The Denver
Right
airport.
answer. Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, you can get the Legos and a bunch of other stuff. You did the Mall of America. Because they have that huge Lego area there too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Mall of America's pretty good. Mall of
It's
America's
got a roof though. The roof's gonna become a problem.
That's true.
Right,
There's roller coasters and yeah.
I forget. How did Katamari Damacy behave with like liquids? You just rolled through them, right?
You can just go underwater. There's a certain point where like you can collect whirlpools and things like that. Like they just go in the ball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a level in We Love Katamari where you actually are like rolling a snowman, so you have some snow mechanics.
That's good.
Oh, it was a good level.
Just roll down Mount Everest.
It was great because like the King of all Cosmos was sort of lamenting the fact that like rolling snowmen is more fun than Katamari. It was very funny.
God, what a good character.
Oh
Yeah.
God, I
You gonna
remember.
play the new one, Mike?
The phone one, maybe I don't have
Apple
that. I
Store
don't
one.
have an Apple Arcade subscription right now, and
Okay.
I don't necessarily want to pay for that.
Sure.
I remember this around this time last year. Dan Reichert and I asking Jade Cargill if she would cosplay as the King of Cosmos.
She was into
Right.
it. She said the
was into it,
ab
yeah.
situation she could do. Yeah.
Next email comes from Kevin from Tennessee. Scout, I swear. I got a feeling by the Black Eyed Peas, the worst popular song of all time. Before you answer, let me remind you of the lyric. Fill up my cup, drink. Mazel tov. L'chaim. Look at her dancing. Move it. Just take it off. Let's paint the town. Paint the town. We'll shut it down. Shut it down. Let's burn the roof. Ooh, ooh. I can't think of a single other popular song that makes me want to kick through a speaker as much. Love, Kevin from Tennessee, sent from my Apple cellular device.
That chorus hits. Kind of, I don't know. When I hear that, I'm like, yeah, I do have a feeling.
They're just tremendously obnoxious, aren't they?
Sure.
Like
Yes, I agree.
obnoxious is the word I think of when I think of the Black Eyed Peas.
I have to like them because like one of them's Filipino.
Oh,
Yeah. The whole skinship kinship argument.
yeah. I mean, a lot of the lyrics to these sort of party rock songs from this era are just
Yeah.
incredibly vapid and nonsense.
You're never gonna get me with lyrics, right? Oh, the lyrics are bad. I'm like, well, I'm not listening to them anyhow. Does it sound nice when I hear it on the radio? I don't know.
I really don't like because as someone who loves Warren Zevon and Leonard Skinner, I get very mad at that Kid Rock song that takes two things I love and mashes them into a Kid Rock thing.
Sure. Well,
yeah, the
Kid
All
Rock
Summer
sucks for
Long,
lots
so-
of reasons.
Yes, he does, but I hate that song.
Yeah, there's definitely worse ones. Someone in the chat mentioned Mambo number 5. Like,
No, that's
it's a
not
bad one.
That's a banger too, though.
yeah,
Come on, what are we
I
doing
like a
here?
lot of these songs. Yeah.
That the one little bit of ba 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 da ba. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, how much money do I have to give you? Is $20 enough to do a cover of Mambo number 5, but you substitute all the names?
He's actually already on the hook.
Yeah,
he has to learn Informer by Snow.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Have you
Someone
heard
gave
it
us
yet, Mike?
150. It was Dr.
Jeff
Ryan.
volunteered me. Jeff was like, Mike will learn to karaoke the song with the highest donation.
I didn't ask either. And
Yeah,
it's definitely been weighing on me a little bit, but hey, he's got to learn it.
It made a lot of money. That's fine.
Yeah, it's all
I gotta
right. Yeah.
learn that song. I better start listening to it in the car so I can get ready.
I can't wait for you to licky boom boom down.
Yeah.
What's that song called again? Informer?
Informer by
Informer.
Snow. Yeah.
Okay.
It was everywhere back then.
Yep.
I'll get on that.
It's a good
So yeah,
song.
once he learns that, then we could start talking about paying him to learn other songs.
Yeah,
Yeah, and he's moving into his ODB era. Yeah.
I can't wait for that. Gosh. Okay, last email of the show. Once again, the email address is bombcast@giantbomb.com. Thank you for writing in about any and everything. Last email comes from Rich. And Rich writes, I did the adult thing and rented a power washer. Power wash simulator is kind of BS because that's not fun at all. It's like playing the slowest, most boring hockey practice where you're sweeping water back and forth to clean a small area of driveway for 2 hours. Those games lie hard. Also, Mike reminds me of Dom Delius from the end of Cannonball Run movies when Burt Reynolds is making him crack up. Have a good week, Rich. P.S. What do furries and grub have in common?
I don't know.
Furries and grub. Let me think. They're both not sex things. I don't know.
They both love hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
Okay.
Oh, cute.
Attractive
Okay.
dogs. What? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Dan, who's the hottest dog?
Nope. Just
Hey,
not
weirdly, this one's
engaging.
also Batman. That's the thing here.
It's so Batman.
Dan, have I ever explained to you the human-sized dog man that becomes a Power Ranger?
No?
It's a human-sized dog man that becomes a Power Ranger.
Size dog man. Because is this a shoot
Yes. Well, I mean, shoot within the show.
on the Power Rangers show?
Yes. I believe his name was like Anubis Kruger or something.
That's
you-
pretty cool.
Do you guys remember the Kids WB show where all the world leaders had dogs and they were all part of a secret like crime fighting team and they went into like humanoid suits and fought
Wow.
crime together? I can't remember what it was called. It wasn't one of
every
the
other
first
show.
Kids WB shows. It was like in that second wave. But God, it was a weird show.
For some reason, just that description reminds me of the Burger King Kids Club.
It's kind of has a similar energy.
Okay.
I'm thinking
like-
of Pro Stars, where it was it Gretzky, Michael Jordan, and Bo Jackson lived in lockers and fought crime?
I think we're 2 weeks in a row mentioning Pro Stars now.
I love
so.
Pro Stars.
'Cause, man, nobody even knows what show I'm talking. I mean, it's Road Rovers. It was called Road Rovers. I'm like, is that it? Doesn't even sound right. Not even a good name. That is it. Road Rovers. Why was it called Road Rovers?
Is Rover a dog name? Isn't that what?
Yeah, but why Road? Whatever. But yeah, like it's like the one was like the Russian dude's dog. One was the president's dog. All that stuff.
Was it Gorbachev? Was it Gorbachev's
I
dog?
think it was more of a Gorbachev than a Putin situation at the time.
Yeah.
Checkers, like Nixon's dog that he held
Okay,
up by the
that's-
ears.
This is so weird because to me, like, I watched the show. That show apparently had 1 season and 13 episodes. I probably saw all of them. Okay, that did not take off. Gotcha. It was the President of the United States, the British Prime Minister, the Chancellor of Germany, the Swiss President. That's probably where the hot dog came from, and the President of Russia. It was all of their dogs.
Fantastic. I feel all the more richer for having this information in my
Watch
life
this
now.
on your stream, Mike. I want to watch it with
Okay,
you.
we'll watch some Road Rovers together, everybody.
Dan, I put in our Discord a photo of Doggy Kruger or Anubis Kruger.
Oh, this is a cool guy. I like this
Okay.
guy. Yeah.
All right,
That's,
cool.
that's awesome. Yeah.
Hell yeah. All right, folks, that about does it for emails this week. What do we got going on the rest of the week? Game breaking news Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Correct, Mr. Grubb?
That's right. We'll have game breaking news. I'm looking you right in the eye when I say it.
Oh, I don't like this. We're also going to have Blight Club tomorrow, voicemail dump truck on Thursday, as well as a UPF this Friday, right after GameSpot After Dark. Gang, the power block is we're doing some things. We're rejiggering, we're shaking the box. God, I can't hate Grub looking at me right now.
It's weird, yeah.
I'm
I
not
feel like
looking
he's
at you. What do you
grading
mean?
me or something.
We're going to have a little bonus after Blight Club tomorrow, right?
Yes. We're going to have a bonus after Blight Club. The little discussion that Dan and I just finagled a hotel conference room to get into, along with some additional extra B-roll of mine and Dan's time, our little Badanza in New York, going up on the site tomorrow, right after Blight Club. We're going to just watch it along together, going up on the site and the YouTubes and the Power Block. Gang, anything else to look forward to this week?
Did we mention that talk over to the Mario Kart?
Thursday morning.
Yes.
Yes. Thursday morning, it'll be early for Jan, so we'll all get up on the East Coasts and the Eastern time zones and Central time zone if you're unlucky, and get up early and watch that for everybody. So that'll happen. We'll talk over the whole thing. We'll see you then for that.
Yes, in about an hour and a half, or close to an hour after the Bombcast wraps, we're going to take an extended break. And I believe Jake Decker, myself, and maybe some others calling in will be unboxing some Magic the Gathering packs. So stay tuned, everybody. Until then, I'm going to hit this button and hope nothing breaks. Oh, thank God. I've been Jan, he's been Grub, he's been Mike, he's been Dan Reichert. This has been the Giant Bombcast. We'll see you next week for another episode. Goodbye. I'm going to say we don't need to clap because my audio broke, and I just realized it stopped recording a couple minutes into the show. So, Sean,
There it is.
sorry, dog. I'll get you this.
Should I still upload or no?
No.
Oh,
I'll
can you
just
not
have you-
upload?
No, yeah. I'll rip out the audio,
Sean, yeah, because that doesn't make sense. He's not going to be able to like just take your track out. Okay,
I'm
yep.
going to save the wave just in case.
Name.
Save the wave.
All right, gang. I'm going to stop this recording now. And then I'm just going to set up some things. We're still on camera, so, just oh. Hold on. There's something happening on the Parsec machine. Okay. I'm just going to really quick tab away and do this. And then do this. On Luke, if you are at this machine, do not be alarmed.
Okay.
Scout, please.
Is that Scout? What's Scout doing?
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, just because.
Hey folks, here on the Power Block today, we're going to do something a little different. We got sent some Magic the Gathering cards. Cut to the close-up. Let's see that. Yeah, let's look at that. So the new set, Tarkir, Dragonstorm, is out, and we wanted to open this on stream, see if we get anything good, see if we get Ugin or one of the other very rare cards. Before we get going, I'm joined by Jan.
Hello, Jake. Nice to be here.
And Jess over the internet. We don't do a lot of Magic the Gathering stuff at GameSpot or Giant Bomb. We've talked about it in podcasts and such, but we haven't properly done it on video. I know, Jess, you do some coverage online, but I kind of wanted to gauge your guys' Magic the Gathering experience, if any.
Zero experience other than picking up Magic the Gathering Arena, the online client.
Okay, that's some experience.
Yeah.
That's more than zero.
So I played the tutorial. I've played a couple matches. I've gotten absolutely stomped in all of those.
Okay.
I've still enjoyed my time. But with the uptick of Magic the Gathering's popularity again, I guess, I wanted to pick up the physical cards. And Jake, you know me. I'm a card freak.
I actually didn't know that, but now I know. You're
Pokemon,
a card freak?
Pokemon cards.
Oh, okay, Pokemon cards.
And I have a sordid history with that. And so what better way to get over one crippling addiction than to pick up another one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'm a lapsed Magic player, and I played a lot in 2012, 13, 14, 15, and then I stopped for a long time.
Yeah.
Because the amount of cards that were just everywhere.
Okay. Yeah.
Open drawers cards, open cupboards cards, on the ground cards everywhere. But particularly with the video game crossovers they've been doing, the Final Fantasy one coming next month. Also, dragons are dope. So I've been excited for this set, excited to kind of open it. But first, Jess, how about yourself?
Yeah, I started playing back in 2012, I guess my sophomore year of college. And then I took a break for a long time because it is an expensive and time-consuming hobby. But yeah, I got back into it with last summer leading up to Bloomborough, which Bloomborough is just all adorable squirrels and bats and little creatures. And I was like, this is so cute. I have to get in on this. And yeah, I mean, who doesn't love dragons? But I've been on the train since last summer.
Nice. Well, Jan.
Yes.
I've put together a list here.
Whoa.
This is sort of the dream. This is what we want to pull. This is our hit list, more or less. Here we can put it on camera. I'm sure some people will be familiar with these cards. Jess helped me fill these out. Actually, I don't know if I got all of the ones you put in because we had to print this before we started. But I think it's a pretty good list.
Yeah, I think it looks good.
I like all of these names. Are these all dragons?
There's some dragons, there's some humans, there's some beasts, there's all sorts of things. There's some mythic sorcery.
Okay. I saw this in the camera shot, but I keep thinking this says Death Bagel Life.
Death Bagel Life.
Yeah.
I wish.
Yeah.
Do you know how the rarities are tiered and stuff like that? Is that?
So that is new to me. Not 100% familiar with how the rarity works. I'm assuming Mythic is
that's
the
best.
foil? Okay.
Yeah, cool. Or not necessarily foil, but they've got the little red symbol. So if you get a Mythic foil, then that's usually worth even more. But it goes common, uncommon, rare, Mythic. And we mostly have just rare and Mythics here, except for one, Tempest Hawk, because that's kind of an interesting card. If we pull it, we can explain it.
Okay.
But anyway, should we?
Quick question. Chat was asking Jan, where'd you get that cute hoodie?
Store.giantbomb.com. I don't believe it's available anymore, so tough coconuts, y'all.
Damn. Will it be available again?
Maybe.
If there's
Maybe
enough
you
demand.
sell yours.
Yes, exactly.
Anyway, yeah, we got a pen here. We can check things off, see what we get. Should we get into this? Oh yeah, we also have, Jan also brought 2 collector's boosters, and these, God, I can't flip these the right direction. I still can't. Anyway, these contain pretty much all foil rare cards, but we're gonna save these for the end and see if we get some really good pulls.
So there are different types of boosters. There's the play boosters and these collector boosters.
Yeah, I mean, Jess, you might know how these collector's boosters work. Are they like limited time? Are they only at the beginning of the set? I know they're usually a little bit pricier too.
I don't really think they're limited time. They just usually are pricier because, like, I can still go to my local shop and buy old boosters and stuff, old collector's boosters, but I think they do print less.
Okay. Cool.
So,
All right. Well, let's get this shrink wrap off.
Oh, this is the most exciting part.
I know. I didn't want to do it until we started.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, it might be good to like hold up a pack to like frame things, but I feel like part of the fun is actually opening it here. And then, right, you can do this thing.
What? Okay.
There we go.
Whoa!
Look at that.
I didn't know you could do that.
That we've got scan here to discover cards. I think this is just like, you can see the set, see what's in there. Okay. We don't need that. Anyway, I also have sleeves in case we pull something really good.
Yes.
That we want to sleeve right away. How do we want to do this?
Oh, so okay. Another very basic question. How many cards are in each booster?
I think there's 15.
15.
Does that sound right?
yeah, it's usually like around 14 to 16, right? Something like that. Because sometimes you'll get like tokens and basic lands and stuff.
Usually there's
cards.
a token, a basic land, and like a rule card or something. Like, you know, just like an info card, I think.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've opened like a traditional one. Here, you wanna?
Oh, there's so many.
We'll have to do it one at a time so Max can follow.
Okay.
But I guess I can start since it's on me. All right, yeah. So token is first. There's the token. Okay.
Ooh.
Riverwalk technique. I mean, the thing people are really looking for are the ones at the end.
Yeah, usually it's like right before
this is
the last.
first uncommon, Descendant of Storms. I'm trying to read this on the screen, so apologize. Dragonbrood's Relic. And then here's the rare, Inevitable Defeat. And we got a mythic right out of there, Jeskai Revelation.
Oh.
There we go, first pack.
There
mythic.
we go, dang.
It's not on there, I don't think.
Okay,
There is some Jeskai, but not this one in particular. And then we got a foil common.
Yeah.
And then a foil land as well. A foil dual land.
Okay.
Look at that pretty dragon, though.
So this first card, Jake, this is the token?
That's a token. So like depending on the deck you have, you might have a deck that's like summon, what's this? 5 2/2 spirit tokens, and then those essentially can fight for you.
Okay.
Not technically creatures, but they're not like cards you play. They're just effects.
Got it.
Yeah.
It's coming back to me. Okay. Absent Devotee, Piercing Exhale. You are going to have to inform me when something is uncommon or
so you
otherwise.
Can look down in the corner. So the little logo here, you can see it in your like right there. So if that's black, it means it's just a common.
Okay.
As you go through, silver means uncommon, gold means rare.
Got it.
Red means mythic.
Okay. Gurmag Rock. Okay. I'm loving all these names.
So cool thing about the disruptive Stormblood or Stormbrood, not Stormblood, that you have in your hand. That is one of the 2 cards that GameSpot exclusively revealed.
Oh,
look at that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Dragonstorm Forecaster.
There we go. That's
Ooh,
a fancy
got some
border.
pretty art.
Okay. Whoa.
There
And
we
you
go.
Borderless.
Dang. War Effort.
And I think you're at the end of the pack.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. Neato. Jake, there's so many of these.
There's a lot. There is a lot. And we're only doing this for an hour, so
strap in.
Yeah. I guess we'll keep going. I don't know, should we do these at the same time?
We can
things
go
up?
back and forth.
I mean, Max is on camera, so.
Max, whatever Max feels comfortable with.
One at a time?
Okay.
All right, well, how about this? I'm going to quickly go through until we get to the rares. So if people want to see some of these, they can. I don't know how familiar they are with this set. So you might know. Okay, so now we're in the uncommons. Tremor Monument. Oh, Ruin Scale, Storm Brood. Unrooted Ancestor. Duty Beyond Death, and this is our rare Stadium Headliner. I actually heard this card is pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's, I don't think it's on there, but I saw some people on Reddit saying this is, could be one of the better cards of the set, and then we've got a foil, and land, and another token.
Okie dokie.
I'm going to sleeve that one.
Here we go. Going through these. I feel like a hand model right now.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Okay.
Yeah, you could get like a nice little manicure, use it as a tax write-off.
I'll just use my corporate card.
Oh, there you go.
Skimmer. Veteran Ice Climber. Armament.
All right, here it is.
Okay.
I can't tell based on the shot if I think it's gold, so I think it's a rare.
Okay, gold is rare. Got it.
Gold is rare.
This is another rare?
Another rare.
Okay.
That is a legendary creature too, which, if I remember correctly, legendary creatures can be used as commanders when you play commander.
Okay.
Yes, they can.
Feral Death Gorger. I've been there before. So black, that's common?
So that's common, but each of these packs contain one foil card. So like,
I see.
These, on the other hand, see if I can get it in there. These, like we said, these are pretty much all foil. There's a couple that aren't, but so you have a better chance of getting a rare foil.
Got it. Okay.
All right. Let's keep it going. Crack more packs. I feel like I need to open it near my mic for that ASMR.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that for the next pack, yeah.
All right. Blow through these and get to...
Okay, there's our friend again, the Death Gorger.
Oh, the one we... Yeah, let's get that one up again. So remind me what these cards do with two. This can be played as a sorcery or a creature, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the whole thing with Tarkir is dragons. But the problem with dragons is they are very big creatures who are usually pretty tough, who cost a lot to bring out. So the whole thing with the omens, which is like a new feature, is it allows you to play that card as just a sorcery. So just do like a little spell with it. And then instead of getting rid of the card completely, you can put it back into your deck and shuffle your library, and the hopes that you'll eventually get that card later and can play it as the big old monster once you have the mana for that.
Oh, cool. Okay, so it kind of like you recycle these cards in a way.
Yeah.
Until you're able to play it, and then it goes into the graveyard if that happens.
Yeah, just that way you're not kind of screwed over if you get that in your first couple hands, and then you're sitting there like, cool, I don't have enough to play this.
I think we are on to uncommons here.
Ooh.
Strategic Betrayal. God, it's so hard to read. Auroral Possession. Bone Cairn Butcher.
That card is a pain and so good. I don't know if it's technically one of those oh, you want to seek out this card, but
Sure.
I played against it in a deck, and he is a bastard man.
Attacking tokens you control have Death Touch. Death Touch
Yes.
is pretty deadly, as the name implies. Basically, even if your creature only has one attack, if it has Death Touch, the creature it hit dies no matter what.
Oh,
I mean, there are exceptions, sure.
Sure.
But yeah, so every token getting Death Touch can be huge. If you get a card that's place 5/1/1 tokens, yeah, those are 1/1. But if they all have Death Touch, then they're all little
they just
bombs
instantly
that you can
will
throw at anything.
Yep.
Meringue River Regent, Warden of the Grove, and then I think this is our foil, Frontline Rush, Tranquil Cove, and then This is not a token. What is this? An art series. Oh, nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
neat.
Warden of the Grove is another card that absolute monster of a card.
Which one? Warden of the Grove.
Yeah, I think it's a Hydra, right? And
Yep.
that guy is not fun.
At the beginning of your end step, put 1/1 counter on this creature. Whenever another non-token creature you control enters, it endures X, where X is the number of counters on this creature.
Oh,
It's a lot of tokens
That's
and,
a lot of
and,
token
and
management.
counters.
Yes.
I'm gonna sleeve
And then the
that.
Enduring too is like a new mechanic for Turkir where it's like you can either choose to make a token that is it's so much math I feel like to explain this where like the X is like if it's a 2 or something like that, right? You'd make a 2/2 token, or you can put like 2 1/1 counters on something. I don't know. Either way, it maths up to a lot.
oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I've learned so far from playing like the Pokemon TCG to going and learning Magic is that there are a lot more moving parts and like all the various like
Yes.
token usage and everything. Yeah. I am also digging that because Jake, with the Pokemon TCG, you have to do like the weird shuffle thing to get to the rare
Oh,
cards
you put it, yeah.
in the back. I'm enjoying that it's just in the very back of these
Yeah.
decks.
I mean, I guess we could do it and like put I think because the last 2 cards are land and like a token or something. So we could do that, but I don't know. There's already 15 cards, it's.
Okay. All right.
We're finding focus here.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's
Oh,
too
that's-
close to my hands now.
Real close.
Getting real self-conscious.
Hey,
Tempest
there's
Hawk.
yeah, that was one of the ones that I don't think
So
was
close.
on the list, right? But like, or is that a different one? I don't
So are these, all of these cards, these are new to this booster or
Not-
this series?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Well, actually, I mean, Jess, you might know better, but I know usually they kind of like sometimes recycle some old cards just to kind of fill it out, and they'll change the artwork. Maybe they'll like rebalance it a little.
Got it.
Yeah, they will tend to do that.
Because there's definitely a Rhino card that I remember I used to play a lot with that I found in a booster I opened, and I was like, I like that Rhino.
Okay.
Chad says you have beautiful hands, Jim.
Oh, thank God. Herd Heirloom. This is the foil here. Meticulous Artisan. Dismal Backwater. Okay. All right.
There it is. And we're just getting started here.
Yeah, there's so
We
many.
got plenty more.
How many packs are in here?
I believe there's 30 or 36.
30.
Okay, wow.
I don't
And
remember.
Don't forget your
actually.
collectors.
Jan, everyone wants you to know your hands are beautiful.
Okay. Whew. Oh, hold on.
All right.
For you
We'll see how chat
foil
feels about my
sickos.
hands. All right, Max, get in there. Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
Monk. All right, I'm gonna. Oh, that's the token. There it is. All right. Trying to angle this as well as I can. Okay, I think we're starting the uncommons now. Yep. Storm Beacon Blade. Rainveil Rejuvenator. Venerated Storm Singer. Frontier Bivouac. Bivouac, is that how you pronounce it?
I have no idea.
Biovac?
I don't know.
Bivouac sounds right.
Bivouac.
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 Sidsi Regent of the Mire. That looks cool.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a guy who you'd call Sidsi though.
No, yeah, he doesn't really look like
Just
a
doesn't-
Sidzi.
Yeah.
No.
He looks too evil to be Sidisi.
Oh, okay. Sidzi, a little
Oh,
bit different than
Sidzi.
Sidzi, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's the foil and land. The glare is killing me here.
Okay. So then here, we got matching monks, Jake.
Wow.
Matching monks.
Yeah,
And you
okay.
do what I did though and flip it back around.
All right, and then Sarkaz as well. Ringing String Mastery, Poise Practitioner, I keep wanting to read this as isekai, even though some of those letters aren't there.
Just guy.
Alesha's Legacy. Sibsig. Unburdened Earthcarrier. Glacial Dragon Hunt. Okay, so this silver, that's
uncommon.
Uncommon, got it. Okay, Desperate Measures. Kin Tree Severance. Channeled Dragon.
All right, next one. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's on the list.
A very good card.
Yeah, sleeve that one.
Oh yeah, Mox Jasper. There we go.
That is a very, very, very good card. That is like one of the best ones you can get from the series.
Okay, all right.
And I believe it's a reprint, right? Like this had been in a previous set, I think.
So not Mox Jasper. There's a few other like Mox something. I can't remember what they are, but Mox Jasper is original for this. But all of the Mox symbols are like wildly sought after.
Mox Jasper.
Wow.
There we go. Add 1 mana of any color. Activate only if you control a dragon.
Seems beneficial in this.
Yeah, because it's also 0 mana, so you can play it turn 1. You know, if you pull, well, I'm sure plenty of people want 4 of these, and they just want like, you know, because that's 4 lands of any color, and so many of these dragons have multiple colors.
I see.
That's kind of Tarkir's whole gimmick is really it has 5 clans, which is why you keep seeing like Jeskai and like Timur and stuff like that like pop up. It's there's 5 different clans and each one of them is 3 colors. So it's a lot of building around those 3 colors.
Which is kind of interesting, right? Because I feel like when I played Magic, like obviously people would make 3-color decks, but not a lot of people did. I feel like you mostly played against mono black, mono blue, or like 2 colors.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, you are like definitely right. It is definitely unusual and kind of cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Jan. So Jan and Jake, people are asking about the sleeves. What sleeves you got?
Unfortunately, they're nothing fancy. I got them shipped overnight through Amazon because I was like, what if we get something good that we want to sleeve? We need it. And I thought of this at like 8 p.m. last night, and this was the soonest I could get it. I prefer matte.
Okay.
I don't really like the glossy ones.
Sure.
Because it's easier to shuffle when they're matte. I like the look, but I don't know what type they are. Mikuro.
Jake, when you Jake and Jess, when you are like holding onto your cards at home, are they like loose in a box? You got binders, or what's like? How do you keep the excess of cards?
So I just I have a big ass box full of just like bulk and stuff like that and lands. And then I just got a binder recently, and so I'm starting to put all of the good stuff in the binder.
Okay.
I think that's what I'm going to do. I used to have a binder of like all my rare Magic cards and then like everything else just anywhere. There was room. It was not healthy.
Okay.
When I first got really into Magic, I was like 19 or 20. I was single, and I remember, you know, coming home with Magic cards and stuff, and I got home one day, and my mom was like, "So you gotten really into this Magic the Gathering thing?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's fun. That's what all my friends do." And the first thing she said was like, "Do you think you're gonna be able to meet any girls that way?" And I was like, "Mom, please." Roasted by my mom at 19. Just trying, like, come on. Can't I have hobbies? You know?
Exactly,
like,
Mom. Gosh, yeah.
I know it's funny to laugh
I will
at.
say there are dozens of us.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I said there are dozens of us.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna burn through these commons as quickly as I can so we can get to...
Out of all the TCG that I've witnessed, I think I have seen more women play Magic than Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, or the various other ones.
It's the pretty art, you know.
Rally the Monastery.
Okay.
That's the first uncommon. Oreni's Rebuff. Corroding Dragonstorm. Mammoth Bellow, and for the rare or mythic, we got a mythic.
Oh, look at that.
Storm Scale
Look
Scion.
at that guy.
Flying. Other dragons you control get +1/+1. Storm, when you cast this spell, copy it for each spell cast before this turn. Copies become tokens.
Whoa.
There's some tokens right there. And then I think we have, there's the hollow and there is the land.
Okay.
That is not on the list, I don't think.
No, I don't see.
Storm Scale Scion? No.
Negative. Okay. Token again. Flip this bad boy around. Okay. Ugh. Bear of Glory, Twin Vault, more Devotee, Tempest Hawk.
Oh, Tempest Hawk, that's on the list.
Oh, there we go.
We may have seen a couple of them, but we sped through them.
Okay. Set that one aside. Summit, Intimidate. Sage of the Fang, uncommon. War Effort. Alcoven Pack Beasts. Carriac Guardian. Another.
Felithor,
Ooh,
Dawn
little
of
full art.
Abzan.
I like what's going on with the chest here. It's like a little jack-o'-lantern. And so gold is rare?
That's rare, but it's also, you got a borderless, I think is what it's called.
Oh. Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Unending Whisper and Tranquil Cove. Okay.
So that hawk,
Yes.
this is a common. So it's like not super rare or anything like that. But from what I understand, the reason why people are kind of interested in this card is because a deck can have any number of cards named Tempest Hawk in it. So the thing is when you play Standard, you can only have 4 repeats. If you play Commander, you can only have 1 repeat unless the card specifies other. So with Tempest Hawk, in theory, you could put as many of these as you need to fill out your deck. I don't know if a 3 mana 2/2 is worth it, but it does some other stuff as well. Yeah, like whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, you may search your library for a card named Tempest Hawk, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. So it's very easy to get these on the field, so I can kind of see why people might want to. Also, I'm glad I trimmed my fingernails this morning.
I did the same thing yesterday.
Didn't think I'd need to, but this morning I was like, you know what? I think I need to trim my fingernails. And that was a good call on my part.
I'd assumed we would do like an overhead shot, so we wouldn't focus on my hands so much, but we threw the big lens on this guy.
Yeah.
That they're gonna see my hands now.
What are we at, Max? 200 millimeter right there? All right. And we're gonna rip through these. And I think the next one is, the first uncommon Skirmish Rhino. I like this guy.
Look at that guy. I like this.
It's a good guy.
I made a deck on Arena that was just built around these guys, and I won a lot until I got ranked too high, and then I lost a lot. But it was fun while it lasted. Inspirited Vanguard. Bewildering Blizzard. And for the rare,
Glacier Woods Siege is one of the ones on our list.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Yeah,
there
it's
we
a
go.
good one.
There we go. There's another one. As this enchantment enters, choose Timur or Sultai. Timur, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, target player mills 4 cards. Sultai, you may play lands from your graveyard. Do you know what milling is?
No.
So milling is when a player is forced to discard cards off the top of their deck.
Oh, okay.
So in Magic, you can win by reducing their life to 20, which I'm sure you know based on the tutorial, or reducing their life from 20, or by milling their deck. So if your opponent runs out of cards, they lose. There's a bunch of decks built around that. Usually it's more gimmicky, but sometimes people find success. It's kind of like, I don't know, the equivalent to Perish Trap and Pokemon VGC, you know? It like feels that, you know? It's like...
Put them on a timer.
Yeah, you know? And then there's certain cards that have win conditions too.
Okay.
But usually those are pretty tough to do. And then a second one is Naga Fleshcrafter. Pretty sure that is not on the list of things we're looking for. And then the Jeskai Monument is our hollow, and then another land. All right, I'm gonna sleeve this up too.
All right. Those types of decks, I guess milling decks and Magic, are the types of decks I used to make in Yu-Gi-Oh! Also, just to get someone to dump as many cards as possible.
The thing is, though, you can play with it. So they're like, certain cards, usually black, that like allow you to like fish from your graveyard.
Okay.
So a lot of times people will like have a mill zombie deck, which is like you're essentially milling your own cards so you can you can play zombies or whatever it might be.
Oh, Jake, this is the worst thing for me to agree to.
I know.
I'm just
maybe next time we'll do like a commander stream, because commander is where people do the really fun stuff.
Okay.
In my
Commander is my favorite.
Ooh, is that like
way to play.
holographic too? That's cool.
Has like a
You
signature.
got like a little
Oh, that's cute. Okay, I'm gonna put you over there. Oh, there we go. All right, let's go through these commons. Okay. All right, uncommon. Ooh, a baboon.
And I think next is our. Oh no, one after this. No, okay, I miscounted.
Oh, they're
There
just
we go.
they're throwing us for a
Rock
loop.
Curse
Wow.
Rakshasa. So that is a mythic as well.
Oh, dang. Okay. Then Durgar Island Dragon.
Sleeve this one.
Thank you, Jake. Tranquil Cove.
All right, I think we're about halfway.
It's still a heavy box, Jake.
It's still a heavy box.
This I've done like pack openings when it's just like a couple packs with friends, but like getting like a booster box like this and like sounds like a lovely evening with a loved one.
Yeah, so also there's a really fun, I mean, they make specific boxes for it, but there's a format called drafting.
Right. We were supposed to do one of these ages ago.
I still have that Lord of the Rings box we can draft. It is unopened. It is sitting there.
All right.
But the way it works is that everyone who's playing opens a pack. You pull a card you like from it, and you pass the pack to the right or left.
Oh, okay.
Once that pack empties, you prepare another pack, and once that's done, you build a 40-card deck, and then you battle each other. And that is, like, Commander's fun, but I really like doing that because of just the sort of... You have to think on the fly, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you have to be thinking about what kind of deck you want to build as you're pulling cards. And it is my favorite way to play Magic, I think.
Every new thing I learned today is just detrimental to me overall.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jan. I'm
in an enabler.
Yeah, this past weekend, friends and I did a draft night, and it's so fun. It really does like scratch that like strategy itch. You know, you feel like you're playing a tactics game.
But I have that Lord of the Rings booster box still sitting there. Got it in 2022 or whenever that set was.
Wow.
You know what it was? The Lord of the Rings set is actually part of the reason I wanted to get into Magic, and I'm not even into Lord of the Rings. I just really enjoy the art, and then at SGF when they were premiering that set, I just really liked the art director. He was really cool, just like talking about the art behind the cards, and like, oh no, am I getting into Lord of the Rings and Magic the Gathering at the same time?
All right. See, if that was me, then my mom would have some serious questions, I'm sure. Okay, Armament Dragon, Equilibrium Adept, Twin Maw Stormbrood, Dragon Forecaster, and for the Stone Songcrafter Mage.
That one's supposed to be pretty good too. Like that's a pretty sought after little guy, little musical dude.
He's got like a goatee and like headphones.
Yeah.
I like it. Flash. So Flash means you can play him at any time, I believe.
Ooh, okay.
Well, not any time, but I think he's got the speed of an instant, which you can pretty much play whenever. So when this creature enters target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard, gain Harmonize till the end of turn. Its Harmonize cost is equal to its mana cost. I don't know what Harmonize means. That sounds like a new thing. I don't know if you know, Jess.
It is, yeah. It's part of, I cannot remember the clan that's like associated with Harmonize. They each have like one of them's Endure, one of them's Mobilize, one of them's Harmonize. It's pulling something from your graveyard at a reduced cost, basically.
Ooh, okay. Got that. All right. Gonna go through these. Oh, are you okay, Jake?
Yeah. We're good.
All right. Sultan Monument. Formation Breaker. Page. Okay.
Hallmark Siege.
Is that on there?
No.
No. Okay. Oh, what is this?
Thunder
Ooh,
of
that's
Unity.
a saga.
A saga. Is this saga?
Sagas were introduced. They're not new for this set, but it was recent though. Like they're not super old. But they basically are like they have continuous effects.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, for each turn.
All right.
All right, we're moving.
We're moving and grooving.
Zoom in.
All right.
I gotta say, I am really enjoying all of the art on these cards.
It's the
Finding
art is
focus on it.
beautiful. They really go all out. I'm also something that I'm excited for, because we've talked a bit about how Final Fantasy is coming. Are either of you like Avatar: The Last Airbender
Jess,
fans?
that is the third reason why I wanted to get into Magic.
Okay, and so like this is so focused on like monks and stuff too.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this is gonna like it's gonna go with that set so well. Also, the other card that GameSpot revealed as an exclusive was in the one that you just pulled too. It's like the little shark dragon dude.
Oh. This one?
Sorry, yeah. I was yapping about Avatar.
Whirlwing Stormbrood.
So,
Yeah.
am I able to construct a deck with all of these cards from like different sets? Yeah.
Yes and no.
So,
like, sure,
yeah.
if you want to just play with friends or whatever, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, do whatever you want. If you want to like play standard, which is like whatever's in rotation, no. There's like a point A to point. There's like a window, I guess, of sets that you can use to make that deck.
Got it.
Things cycle out of rotation, but that's only if you want to play standard, which is hard to keep up with, especially like on limited budget because cards are rotating in and out, and like usually when like a very expensive card shows up during like it's very expensive during that period because that's when people want to use it, and then the price drops after. So it can be kind of tough to like keep up with that unless you're really invested.
Okie dokie. All right. We're learning. Okay. There. I didn't realize they had released a a Doctor Who set.
Yeah.
And that is another niche thing that I enjoy. Effortless Master. And I thought I was able to resist when I did not pick up those sets. But then they announced the Final Fantasy one. Okay, Eshki Dragonclaw, rare. Another one. Maelstrom of Spirit Dragon.
Well, I mean,
You got some fun ones in
a
there.
rare land, that's usually pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Uncommon.
Yeah.
In the Forest.
Oh, full art.
Okay, so yeah, that's a full art land card. Those are like the dragon shadow lands. They're so like they're beautiful. So that's one to probably throw in a sleeve.
So these also should have full art or holographic lands in them.
Okay.
Too.
Yes.
Sick.
Yeah, the collector's boosters actually have these like dragon islands. I love them. They're so like 80s fantasy. They remind me of like the Aragon book covers too.
Aragon book covers
kind of
are a good
campy. They're kind of campy, but I love them so much. And those are only in the collectors.
All right. Another pack. Okay. We're just gonna. I'm not even gonna show the token anymore. We're moving, and I'm gonna hold it like this, I think, because that might be better. For yeah, I think that's better. Although I'm not. It's not my dominant hand. Another Tempest Hawk. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we are on to the rares. Traveling Botanist.
Oh, I like this dude.
I do too.
Yeah, he's a fun guy. That just looks like the Flash.
I was gonna say that's just the Flash.
That's just the Flash.
Marshal of the Lost. And here, what'd you call these? A saga card.
Yes,
Roar
yeah.
of Endless Song. And Storm Plane, and then Plains. All right.
Cool. How are we doing on time, Jake?
I think we're going to do this about an hour. I think we got another like 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
All right.
We do have a meeting after this that I don't want to butt too much up into, though.
We'll just stream the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Shocking Sharpshooter, Twin Maw Stormbrood, Spectral Denial. Is there a set of magic cards that is just like dogs?
Yes, that's actually, you can totally make one that's just dogs. There's also a lot of people who do cat ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Snowbike Mike over at Kind of Funny makes dinosaur decks, apparently, which is it's kind of cool.
The more questions I ask, the more I'm just opening like the door wider and wider.
Yeah, it's I mean, because you can kind of, the people who are probably, I don't know, I don't want to say smarter because I have a lot of fun doing what I do, but like you can focus on just the mechanics, right? And like trying to make sure that you have a lot of synergy there. But it's also super fun, and I fall victim to just doing like kindred decks, which basically means you are like, I like mermaids. I want to make a deck that's just mermaid. And it's fun. And my mermaid deck actually, you know, kicks ass. So it works out.
Okay, and I think we're on to no, I can't count, apparently. There it is. Oh, this is on the list.
Oh yeah,
Corey Steel Cutter.
that's a good one.
There we go.
Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and haste. Jan, do you know what trample and haste are?
Trample, you just go straight and attack the other player, right?
It kind of. So,
Kind of, yeah.
like, say I have a 4/4 and you have a 2/2, it will attack that monster and go through and either hit another monster or the player directly.
Got it.
I believe it's up to the opposing player to kind of decide what wants to take the brunt of the damage. Because normally you hit one monster and it stops.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll sleeve that, and then that's the hollow. And we got a hollow land too.
Ooh, pretty.
Okay, all right. Let's blast through these. Boys practitioner. Okay. Yes, Dragon Sniper.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's
the
pretty.
Sig Ceremony. Okay. Sig Appraiser. Okay.
Just a lot of Sig City.
Legendary creature spells you cast 2 less to cast whenever. Oh no. Okay.
Oh, you're almost done.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just
Yeah,
get these set
not
up.
bad.
Yeah. Let's just split them
Beautiful.
and do like a.
Yeah, how many you got over there?
I got 4.
I've got 6. So there we go. 5 each, and then collector's booster. You can open both of those since they are yours, though.
I want both of us to open them.
All right.
Jess, I would have asked you, but the technology just isn't there yet.
Not yet.
Yeah,
Next
time. I'm just living vicariously. It's fine. I still get like a fraction of the dopamine. It works.
I do. I feel like whenever I have friends who get like packs and I'm watching them open, I feel like a kid at a birthday party, you know, and it's not my birthday party, and I'm like, oh yeah, what's over there?
Yeah. So does that mean I get like a goodie bag or something?
Yeah.
Just like mail me one card. I'll get it in a week.
Here, sorry, Max. I'm gonna try holding it on this hand because I feel like that is less glare, easier for me to hold it still. Okay, we're on the rares. Sunset Strike Master, Host of the Hereafter.
I love the art on that card. So pretty.
This one?
Yeah.
Or this one?
The Host of the Hereafter.
Yeah, I love the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And then is this the Winter Night Stories? Don't think that is on the list.
Negative.
Hey, but we got Mistrized Village, and that is on the list.
Oh,
and that
yeah.
one will definitely be sleeving.
That was second on the list. Yeah.
Borderless too. That's fantastic.
There's a borderless land. This land enters tapped unless you control a mountain or forest. Add 1 water, and then the next spell you cast this turn can't be countered. That's pretty good to have that all in a land.
Yeah.
Oh, and then here's the hollows.
Oh, Dismal Backwaters. Like, I don't think that's on our list, but that's still a good land.
Cool.
Jake, I'm ready to just blast through mine.
Oh, you've like sorted it out like that. Okay.
I've mise en place. I'm ready to go. Okay. All right. Don't need to pay attention to that one. All right. Dragons. I know that these are just commons, but I'm just like staring at the. Look at this dog, man.
Yeah, look at that guy.
Good.
What a
this
good
little
boy.
dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Catch the trawler. 1, 2, 3. Another saga
My
card.
absolute dream collab. What I'm waiting for is when they drop the FromSoft one.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh.
That's not a confirmed thing. I'm not like dropping these. Just...
All right.
I know Tamor has like a Bloodborne deck that's been like reskinned, like the real cards that have been replaced with art, which is cool.
I sent that to him because I was like, I think I'm gonna buy this, and he was like, I just bought it. It's like that took no convincing.
Okay, I got a mythic in here.
Oh,
Misty
that's
Rainforest.
pretty.
Oh, this is on the list too. Mythic Land. I mean, there's multiple ones. But what I want to know, this is the special guest one too.
Yeah.
So this one's, I think, even rarer.
Mm-hmm.
We're, that was just in the middle of the pack too. Damn, okay. We still have the rare in here. The new way forward.
Sometimes you'll find some like random ones at the front of the pack that are just wildly good.
It almost seems like a mistake. And then, okay.
Okie dokie. All right. Oh, just look at all these dudes.
Yeah.
Like, look at this.
Oh, look at that guy. Yeah. There's a series called Kamigawa, which is all it's Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, and it's all kind of like cyberpunk Japanese vibes, and it has like a lot of Shibas, little Shiba guys that are very good.
John Luke, I'm going to need you to take Jess's audio off of the studio, please.
That's on the list too, I think.
Yeah.
You pulled one of these.
Oh no, I pulled it. I think that's why I recognize it. That looks good though. I want to sleeve that one.
There we go.
Yeah.
And then Wind Scarred Crag. Beautiful.
Yeah, last time when I played Magic last, they didn't have these like borderless cards. They had like some full arts, but I feel like these different like styles are maybe not new anymore at this point, but they're new to me and they're kind of fun to pull those. You want to go to the next one since you're ready?
Oh yeah. Let me blast through mine, Jake, and then we'll.
All right.
I'll get over there. Okay. Treat.
I'll prep mine.
Do y'all have an IP besides like FromSoft that y'all would like to see get thrown into Magic?
Call of Duty. No, I'm just kidding.
Mass Effect.
Baron's Steps.
Mass Effect, please.
Wrap up?
Mass Effect would be cool. Yeah, they do some sci-fi type stuff. I mean, they just did Ether Drift, which is all just racing.
Here,
So.
I'll go to this one, and we're just gonna flip through this.
Ooh.
Sage of Skies. I kind of sped through the uncommons on accident, but that's okay. Oh, Meringue River Regent.
He's a cool guy. I don't think I've seen him.
We'll sleeve that, and then that's it. That pack.
Nice.
Okay. Gonna just go through the uncommons here. All right. Oh, these guys look like Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I want. Give me the Power Rangers set. Celtic Snare. Okay. All right.
Gosh, I'm trying to think of what I would want. I mean, if yeah, like FromSoft is definitely like, and I don't even care which. I don't know if because I feel like Elden Ring would be the easiest to kind of do, but like they could do any of it, and I'd be cool with it.
I can get through mine. I would say like Resident Evil might be kind of interesting.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
get
yeah.
herbs. I would love a RE6 deck.
Yeah. Storm
Ooh,
Shriek
that's
Feral,
pretty.
that looks cool.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So that is one that we have on there.
It is this one you added, right?
Yeah, that one is not. So if you get like the foil full art or whatever, that's the one that people are going wild for. But still, a really good card. So I mean, that's cool.
Okay.
All right, my last booster pack before the collector's one.
Ooh.
I want one just like the Los Angeles Lakers.
Oh wait, One Piece.
Oh,
I want One Piece. That would actually be so cool.
Okay, just Sky Brewmaster.
Is it horrible that you say Lakers and my mind's just like, oh yeah, One Piece because
No, they had the
just did,
collab.
like-
Dragonfire Blade. Is this on the list?
I don't think so.
Okay, then we got Monastery Messenger, Jungle Hollow. Okay.
All right, my last pack before the collector.
Ooh.
And we'll get through these
You have
commons.
so much willpower going for the collector last. I mean, that's just waiting until after dinner for the dessert.
Oh, they turned the lights off on us. Is that
Oh,
intentional?
no.
I heard a sorry.
It's dramatic right before we have to do the collector's packs.
There they are.
There
Lights
we
are
go.
back. All right, right
Hey.
before. A mythic, all out assault.
Ooh.
Nice.
I don't think that's on it,
No,
but
okay.
a mythic is still a
Ooh.
mythic.
Another collab that would be cool. Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm surprised that hasn't happened.
I know. Me too.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, with Lord of the Rings just done, can't be too far off. So this is one of the two collector's
So
boosters.
this one I wouldn't speed through, but if you start from the back,
Okay.
flip it like and like rotate like that,
Ooh.
because the rare stuff is at the end or at the front. I think it's designed to do the
Okay.
dramatic reveal. You know.
Wow.
There we go. There.
So satisfying seeing how shiny and pretty they are.
Okay, Monastery Messenger. Okay. All right. Ooh. I like how that guy
Ooh,
looks.
very pretty.
And now
yeah.
you're getting into the rares, I think. Oh, full art,
Oh,
hollow,
that's
basic land. That's pretty cool.
Okay,
Very
I'll put that
beautiful.
aside. Oh, okay.
Frostcliff Siege.
Nice.
The foil
Yeah,
on these
all
is
of the
so...
sieges are good
Oh,
ones.
Infantry Shield. That
Ooh.
looks pretty cool.
what is that?
Oh.
What does that mean? Is that...
I actually don't know, because that's different.
Yeah, I
huh?
don't know either, honestly.
There we go. Okay, a couple more in here. Ooh, full art.
Ooh,
Narset. I think
oh,
is that
she
on it?
is.
I think Narset is on it.
Yeah,
Nars-
probably.
yeah.
She is a very
Narset,
good
just Sky
commander.
Waymaster. Yeah, that's
There we go. All right. Let's
Here,
see
I'll
that bad boy.
assist you here in.
And then Call the
Ooh, that's a good
Spirit
one, too.
Dragons.
Call the Spirit Dragon.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow, what a pack!
What a pack.
That is a really good card.
And then
Also a good one.
Avenger of
Avenger
the Fallen.
Fallen.
Okay, and then a token.
Nice.
Beautiful.
All right.
Wow.
Here, Jan, if you want to like sleeve some of those, have at it.
Yeah.
All right.
Last
Do
pack.
a little
Jake.
like
Last
air
pack.
drum roll for you.
Oh, that's a cool foil. Nightblade Brigade.
Yeah, that is.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Love.
fun.
Sandstep Citadel.
Mm-hmm.
Sultai Monument. Dragon Brood Relic. All right.
Ooh.
Rune Scale Stormbreed.
That's a cool card.
Island
nice
Dragon.
too.
Oh, this is the one you're talking
There
about?
you
This is
go.
large.
Yeah.
Yeah, these look great. And Clarion
that was
Conqueror.
one of them. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
one
on
of,
there
that's
too.
one of the guys.
And Arbor Adherent. I think we're almost done here.
Ooh.
Flamehold Grappler. And, oh God.
That's a pretty good one too. I don't know if we had them on the list, but I think that they're like pretty sought after.
Lacid Prowler. And this is the last one. And it is Hollowmark Siege.
Ooh. Is that
I don't think so.
negative? No.
And then a Zombie Druid. So here are, these guys are yours.
Look at all those cards though.
Here's
Damn.
the list. Here's how we did. No Craterhoof Behemoth, no Draco Genesis, no Elspeth Stormslayer, no Ugin. That's the one. That's like the big one.
That's the big one.
Ugin is the big one. Yeah.
But we did get Mox Jasper, which is pretty cool. Death Begets Life.
Yeah.
Death Bagel's Life.
Death Bagel's Life.
Bagels.
But I don't know. I'd say that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah.
I opened up some collector's boosters for some social vids, and I got Craterhoof Behemoth, Draco Genesis, and I think
hell
that's
yeah.
it. So there's a couple extra.
Okay.
That we pooled our resources together. We'd have, but anyway, I think that's it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We'd like to do more of this. So if you guys enjoyed this, let us know in the comments below, and maybe we can try to actually get some games going next time.
Yeah.
Whether that's with Spell Table over the internet, so we can get Jess and other people involved, or if we just set up like an overhead camera and do something on this desk, either would be cool. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you next time.